Mfana Pretoria.
My brother, how are you? Peace, are you good?
Honorable Msimanga.
Minjani tatana Makhubela.
Asfanale jele.
Absheni kwenu pray na baba Msimanga.
Aye minkwe.
Mefukele.
Aye fukule minjani.
The Atteridgeville guys must meet in Atteridgeville.
Up the Romans, Premier, up the Romans.
Good morning, all. Morning, Premier.
Good morning, Honorable Dilani.
You well?
I'm well. I'm just saying the Pretoria people are dominating our legislature. I'm very confident.
Premier.
Mijani, hospital.
Ifukele mjani Premier.
I saw now.
Dumelang.
Premier.
I can't see who that one is. I see member.
Kimalema Premier.
Tobela. Mirwa Ratsua Lekai Mirwa.
Ratsua Ralena.
Tobela Premier.
Tobela.
Pausa ke Pretoria Premier Udibelizang.
Chairman Peace, Chairman Khamela. Lo Pretoria Mediso.
Malema, the guy.
Medi Pamela kile natswane fela ka ko legislature le bo Msimang le ba bantsi
mora almal
le bo lesego le bo malema ba bantsi.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning,
morning.
Pretoria.
Good morning.
I'm getting worried. It looks like you've bought shares in Pretoria Kellys.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning,
everyone.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Morning, Madam Speaker.
We are starting with our meeting. Can I request that we should all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. We will all be seated. I will request all members that are not speaking to switch off their videos. I will only allow those that will be speaking at a time so that we can actually protect our connectivity. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me take the honor of greeting our Honorable Premier, and we are glad that we have since recovered members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng. I greet you this morning. We are aware that there are challenges in Gauteng regarding the COVID-19. More and more people are getting sick. I hope you continue taking care of yourselves and your loved ones, and ensure that as you do your oversight and political work, please do take care and protect yourself. Thank you very much. We have received the following apologies. Honorable Mure, who is hospitalized due to COVID, may he recover speedily. We also receive an apology, Honorable Fuchs, who has lost his daughter, and we wish the family well. I hope with our condolences that will be sent, the family will find strength in the Lord Almighty God, and all other members who lost their loved ones during this particular period. Honorable Mnisi, we have an apology, leave of absence which came through as a motion in the past week, and we know that she will return to work in August. Colleagues, in terms of announcements, we have also noted that Honorable Lutwalo has lost his father. Honorable Alberts has also lost his father. I think last week on Friday, we also noted Honorable Lasindwa, who lost her son. Honorable Fuchs losing the daughter. And we pray to God that the family may find strength and also give them enough energy to be able to bury their loved ones with dignity. And I think in terms of the request that we have received, I'm aware that Members Affairs have sent a notice that those that want to send messages, they can send those messages via the emails that have been sent to all of you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Any announcement by other members? Honorable Mokgethi, are you in the group?
Yes, I'm trying to connect. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, honorable members, Honorable Premier, and the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Speaker, I would like to make the following announcement regarding the state of the AngloGold Ashanti Hospital. Honorable members, let me state it categorically that AngloGold Ashanti Hospital is operational and admitting patients, relieving pressure from Leratong Hospital, Dr. Yusuf Dadu Hospital, and Carltonville Hospital. The hospital has been operational and serve as an isolation and quarantine site for COVID-19 patients. There are currently 80 beds that are activated out of the 171 beds. With full complement of staff, and we are ready to be used and ready to be used as and when the demands increase. This is an immediate response to address the rapidly growing numbers of infections in the third wave, and we are confident that with this initiative, we will be able to make an impactful difference in addressing the demand for COVID-19 hospital. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member wants to make an announcement? None. Thank you. Honorable members, we have received an urgent motion for debate by Honorable Mabala, but unfortunately, there is no seconder to the debate. In terms of the requirements of the motions, there should be a mover and a seconder. Therefore, that motion cannot be entertained in the debate tomorrow, and Honorable Mabala will be advised accordingly as well. Thank you very much. In terms of MEC statements, we have received no statement so far. Then the next one, in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, member statement, no request for any member statement. Yeah, then we have not also received any motion. Let me check in terms of Rule 121. Is there a member who wants to present a motion? There is none. Thank you. Thank you very much. Secretary, can you read the first order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Standing Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Office of the Premier, Budget vote number 1 of the Housing Appropriation Bill G01 of 2021 for the 2021-22 financial year.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, leaders of political parties and members of the legislature and citizens of Gauteng. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I would ask that the parts of the report that I have not read because of time be taken as read. The Office of the Premier's total appropriation for the 2021-22 financial year amounted to 714 million for the implementation of delivery of programs In terms of program allocation, Program 1 administration received the list budget of 136.9 million due to the Life Asset Many project payout that is expected to come to an end this financial year. Program 2, institutional development's budget allocation amounted to 257.5 million. The highest budget allocation of 319.9 million went to Program 3, policy and governance compensation of employees, which is the main cost driver under this program, received 356.3 million in the 2021-22 financial year for the staff complement of 576 personnel. The Office of the Premier's budget responds adequately to the plans as set out in the APP for 2021-22 financial year. In executing the committee oversight mandate, attention will be on how the allocated budget is utilized in realizing the planned targets as highlighted in the annual performance plan. Oversight on Program 3, Policy and Governance, which received the biggest share of the allocation of 2021 financial year, will focus, among others, on the budget allocation to non-profit organizations to access their performance and impact on beneficiaries. Furthermore, the committee will ensure oversight on SEPO 1 million and scrutiny in the spending patterns of this program to ensure that expenditure is in alignment with the implementation of the planned targets. Youth unemployment is a national crisis, as statistics highlighted that out of 10 youth, 6 or 7 are unemployed. The committee is of the view that spending and targets achievements for SEPO 1 million is not justified, as there is a need to know and see value for money on this program, since its impact is not felt in communities. The way the program is structured is not producing positive outcomes, and there is a need to explore other options that could make a difference in the lives of young people. The focus of the Youth Development Fund, which falls under the Department of Education and SEPO 1 million, is to benefit the youth, but these programs are working separately from each other. The committee is of the view that the accounting on these programs should be on how the youth are being assisted and not on how the budget is spent. In overseeing Program 2, the institutional development, which received the second highest budget, the committee will, amongst others, evaluate the Office of Premier's assessment on financial and other misconduct and how disciplinary cases across GPG are fast-tracked, how infrastructure bottlenecks are unblocked to ensure delivery of services, as well as infrastructure spending. The committee will, among others, continue to monitor the Life Asset Many payouts in Program 1 administration, which received the lowest budget, as this project is expected to come to an end during this financial year. Attention will also be placed on the achievements of preferential procurement targets and payments to service providers within the stipulated timeframes. Furthermore, job creation for women, people with disability and military veterans should also find expression in the plans and budget of the Office of the Premier and all the Gauteng provincial government departments. There were no committee finding concern or recommendation or an implication on lawmaking on Budget 1 for the 21-22 financial year. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Premier, Honorable Makura, and the Acting Director General and their senior teams. I also wish to thank the following committee members for their commitments and dedication: Honorable Mkhumalo, Ncube, Hassan, Makubela, Msimang, Blumo, Mabala, Mukwebo, Adams, Alberts for their diligence and commitment during this process. Furthermore, I would like to thank the support staff for their dedication. Allow me, Madam Speaker, that in accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby present the report to the House for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Any second report?
I rise to second the report, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Simang seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can the Secretary read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Office of the Premier budget vote number 1 of Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier, unmute yourself.
my apology, Madam Speaker, for taking a bit of time to unmute and put on the camera after your instructions that we should all switch off. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Ntombi Mehwe, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Nomvuyo Mhlakaza Manamela, Chief Whip, Honorable Mzi Khumalo, members of the Executive Council in our province, honorable members of our legislature, the acting DG, Mr. Masebe, and the senior management team in the Office of the Premier, members of OCPOL, starting with the chairperson. I would like to convey our gratitude to OCPOL for always guiding us, supporting us, and holding us accountable. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start firstly by acknowledging the passing on of Africa's greatest humanist and statesman, President Kenneth Kaunda. We in the south of our continent owe a great deal in terms of gratitude to the contribution that he made to ensure that not just South Africa, but most countries in Southern Africa achieve their independence and liberation. May his soul rest in peace. And may I all once again say farewell, African, great African, you have fulfilled your mission. I also want to convey our condolences to members of this House who have lost their loved ones, as was announced at the start of this session. A lot of them, I would assume, due to COVID-19, and others maybe other ailments and illnesses. I also want to join you, Madam Speaker, in wishing those of our colleagues who are not well, who may either be in isolation or in hospital. We wish them well, we wish them a speedy recovery. I certainly know that some of you who are here have recovered, and we look forward to those colleagues rejoining the work of the people of our province. We wish them Godspeed. The principal preoccupation of the 6th administration, I would like to assert, is to implement a plan of action, Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030. And the ultimate objective of this plan is to radically transform, modernize, and reindustrialize the economy of our province, its infrastructure, as well as the general environmental infrastructures and the living conditions. Growing Gauteng Together is also a plan to ensure that Gauteng takes its rightful place in the integration of our continent, economic integration, and the industrialization of Africa. In the State of the Province address we delivered earlier this year, we identified 4 core objectives for this year, and that's what the Office of the Premier is driving. The first one we said is to win the battle against COVID-19 through building institutional resilience and societal capacity to effectively respond to this and future pandemics. The second objective we set in that State of the Province address is to reignite the economy so that Gauteng can take a lead in the reconstruction and recovery of South Africa's economy and return our economy on a new path that leaves no one behind, that is more inclusive, more innovative, and more transformative. The third objective we identified as a priority was recalibration calibrating social policy to improve educational outcomes and health outcomes, to effectively fight crime, and to protect the most vulnerable in our society, especially against violence, including gender-based violence, against poverty, and against hunger. The last objective we outlined as a priority for us this year to improve governance across the Gauteng City region and enhance ethics, integrity, and accountability, which is important for raising public confidence and raising the living standards of our people. Madam Speaker, at the time of the State of the Province address in February this year, we had just survived the first and second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we talked about coming out of the storm. We suffered casualties during the first and the second wave, but it is important to remind ourselves, especially as we are going through this third wave, that we had particularly managed to contain the impact of the first and second wave much better, especially the second wave, which was less severe than the first wave. Although our province, even at that time, during the first and the second wave, registered the highest number of confirmed cases, but we had the highest recovery rate relative to the provinces that are bigger in population. And we were right at the top with much smaller provinces that were less severely affected. In addition to the high recovery rate, we also had a very low case fatality rate. Again, relative to the size of our population, our case fatality rate was much lower, in the middle between the top four, with the highest case fatality rate and the top four with the lowest case fatality rate. So I'm making this point to say that there's tremendous achievement we made during the first and the second wave, and some of the important lessons at that time is what we are going to reflect on about the challenges of the third wave. And in today's budget vote, given where our province is, I am going to dedicate a lot more focus on what we must do so that we can say we have gone through the third wave. There may have been casualties, there may have been setbacks we suffered, but we should be able to point to, like we did during the first and the second wave, we should be able to say we have gone through the third wave as well. And I am confident that we will go through the third wave. One of the important things is that during those two waves, we did not run out of bed capacity. We were thinly spread during the first wave, especially with regard to bed capacity and oxygen supply. We were much better during the second wave, but we didn't run out of oxygen supply and bed capacity. Communities responded quite overwhelmingly, especially during the second wave. It was difficult during the first wave, especially during the highest lockdown 5 and lockdown 4. But we know that community response was amazing during the second wave. We saw a lot more people on their own putting on masks and taking steps to protect themselves and their loved ones in accordance with the health protocols. Those are some of the important lessons we have learned. So adherence to health protocols was very, very high, especially during the second wave. Honorable members, this budget vote takes place in the middle of the raging storm of the third wave. Our province is not only the epicenter. We were the epicenter during the first wave. At some point during the first wave, we were the epicenter. After the Western Cape, the pandemic shifted to Gauteng, especially in June, July, it shifted to Gauteng. But now we are not just the epicenter. but our province is contributing over 60% to the national infections that are taking place. On some days, we go as high as 67%. Yesterday, in the last 24 hours, the daily infection rate reached a spike of over 10,700 new cases, much above the highest during the first wave, which was a daily infection rate of 6,500, and the highest during the second wave, which was a daily infection of 6,900 cases. So 6,500 during the first wave was the highest daily infection, the cases, and 6,900. So we are above 10,000 now, as something that we haven't experienced before. Our healthcare system, both in the public and in the private sector, is under tremendous pressure. Both sectors are also overstretched with regard to issues of staffing. And this I can say confidently because I speak to the CEO of Netcare, who coordinates the private health sector every other 2 days to understand what is it they are going through, where they are, and how can we work together to face this storm. On the ground, on the contrary, on the ground in communities, and you members come from communities, life is going on as if coronavirus is no longer a threat. Basic health protocols are no longer enthusiastically observed as they were before. And people talk about COVID fatigue. And yet, honorable members, the truth is that the virus is everywhere in Gauteng province. It's no longer just concentrated in certain regions and in certain townships or communities. The virus is everywhere. Essentially, the infection rate is over 30% and almost ranges between 33% and 36% on some days. So 1 out of every 3 Gautengers you meet across, if you are 3, one of you, or if we are 3, one of us is likely to be positive. So the infection rate is extremely high, and more people are succumbing to the pandemic. And yet we cannot succumb to what is called the COVID compliance fatigue, because succumbing to the COVID fatigue and saying we've been social distancing, we've been wearing masks, it has been too long, it's very dangerous because it doesn't save lives. In fact, it exposes people, more people to life. But we also have significant movement and mobility in various spaces, public spaces like shopping malls, shopping centers, and areas, places of entertainment. That level of mobility, and in many of these places, people are no longer doing what they were doing before, getting in there with masks. In many of those places, that's where the infections are happening. So mobility is a very key contributor. And this excludes those who go to work, those who travel to work, go to work at certain times, early hours of the morning and come back. But just generally during the day, there's lots of activity. And weekends, it's worse. We have lots of activities, and this is in both the suburbs and in the townships. So it's not a question of class. These activities and the general lapse is amongst across race, across class, and across gender. So, honorable members, unless there is an urgent disruption of the current trend of infections, 10,700 in the last 24 hours, unless this trend is disrupted, we are in for a very, very serious situation. So everything has to be done at all levels by our residents, by our citizens, by those of us who have been given the responsibility by our people to occupy positions of responsibility, and by those who are running various establishments, including shops or businesses of whatever kind that are allowed to operate under the current level 3. So last week, the president announced the move to level 3. We should say that we are not yet feeling the impact of level 3. And the scientists would tell you that it takes at least a week when an announcement to introduce a level comes in. We are still dealing with infections that took place probably a week before the introduction of that level. It's possibly only at the end of this week and possibly over the weekend, if level 3 restrictions has any impact, it's only going to be felt much later rather. And many of us who are on the ground, and you are on the ground, honorable members, I believe you have not locked yourselves in your houses. You are forced by the nature of your vocation, the job you do, to always go and check this and check on people. You yourselves would see in many areas, including where you are, there's lots of activity. So the Provincial Coronavirus Command Council in our province and the Executive Council has identified a number of actions that need to be taken, some by ourselves at a provincial level, and others, I hope in the debate, you will contribute to these measures. Others may be measures to be introduced at a different level. Firstly, we are calling for stricter, targeted, and localized restrictions in the province in order also simultaneously with increasing the visibility of law enforcement in those areas, particularly where the virus is completely out of control. This wave, third wave, the difference between this wave and the others is that we don't have typical hotspots that we had before. The virus is everywhere. It's not in one area at a time. Yes, it was largely in the Vaal, but now it has spread almost everywhere. Yes, we have hotspots, but the hotspots are smaller, so they are not densely populated hotspots. They can be monitored. They can also be interventions in those areas, but stricter, more targeted, localized restrictions and interventions to enforce compliance over the next 2 weeks may be helpful. We also have been watching what is happening with regard to the alcohol, the regulations currently on-site and off-site sale of alcohol. There are many concerns being raised about what happens during the weekend with regard to the consumption on-site versus those who buy and go and consume at home. So there's been issues that are arising around the alignment and the rigor with which this is done. At this point, are we calling for the total ban of alcohol? That's not what we are calling. We have been engaging, especially with the liquor traders. Many of them are saying they have been doing, in fact, there's been a training session, including organized by them, and they invited government to attend that to show how they're trying to enforce. But that's something we must monitor. And I know the clinicians are extremely concerned about the impact of alcohol sale on the trauma, especially. We also monitoring the impact of the schools. So far, our scientists are saying that the schools are only contributing very little to the current infections, but we know in other areas there have been schools that had to be closed, both in the public and the independent and private schools. So we are monitoring this closely. We are not calling for the closing of schools at the moment. We are closely watching this. and the trend may change in a few days. And once we see that this is becoming a big problem, we know that the schools are still running next week, public schools the whole week. They are only closing at the end of next week. And there would be some concern there, but we're just looking at the numbers at the moment. We can't say that schools are contributing enormously to the community transmissions. One thing clear, honorable members, is that we cannot afford to slow down economic recovery. All the data on the economy is showing that our economy is recovering well. Unemployment is still at its worst, but the various sectors of the economy are recovering. So we can't disrupt that recovery. We cannot afford it. We can't shut down the economy. We can't afford people to stay at home like during level 5 of the first wave, because we don't have the resources to support people staying at home. But at the same time, we can't avoid taking some measures to break the current surge and contain the pandemic. So what we need is a balance between lives and livelihoods. And whatever measures we take, a lot of them have to do with enforcing those that are there in level 3. And yesterday we met with law enforcement. You're going to see a lot of increased dramatic operations by our law enforcement agencies just to enforce in various places, from funerals to restaurants to malls to various public spaces, to ensure that people actually comply with the current restrictions. So that's one area that needs to be looked at, the extent to which we can increase stricter restrictions and enhance the capacity of law enforcement agencies to ensure that there is compliance. But a pandemic cannot be tackled through law enforcement alone. So the second focus for us is to continue. Just the numbers we have experienced so far have impacted on our bed capacity. Those patients, people who have contracted the virus so far, just these numbers are all, by next week, a lot of them will be admitted in the hospital. So when we count beds, I often say those beds are already taken. The more we see in daily infections going up, those beds that we're counting are already taken. So from a realistic point of view, we are doing, the second intervention is to continue to expand bed capacity, including in current existing facilities, repurposing current existing facilities, and fully utilizing the beds that we have added in the course of the first and the second wave, including the ABT technologies. And one of the important things we have done, in addition to the 1.5 billion rands that we allocated to health in the current financial year to activate to retain over 5,000 posts that are linked to COVID, we have given the instruction to the Department of Finance and work with the Department of Health to look at how we increase the staffing. I must say, talking to the private health leadership, they're saying the same, that especially with the nurses, they are struggling to be able to recruit the nurses. We're going to be working together on this to increase the capacity, including those doctors that have the new core of doctors who are students who have completed their training. We are doing everything to make sure that they can be brought into the system. We are also working with NGOs that have capacity, additional capacity, including the Gift of the Givers, who have said to us they'll be able to contribute some of their paramedics, and the Right to Care, which are various NGOs in the health sector, as we work with the private and the public sector on issues of enhancing capacity. So, honorable members, I would say that part of what we are looking at is also we will spare no cent in ensuring that we we increase bed capacity, even if it means reactivating whatever field hospital we have had. You know, we have had Nasrec Hospital, and some members in this house were constantly saying that that hospital is not being utilized. It must be closed. It must be closed. It must be closed. We are looking at reactivating that, because working with the private sector again, we don't want to leave any facility in our province that can help us to save lives. The third area of intervention is increasing rapid testing. We are now using antigen tests. Most of our hospitals are using antigen tests to clear the PUIs, patients under investigation in our hospitals, or persons under investigation. This would be people who are waiting to know whether they are really positive or not. And most of them end up occupying lots of beds that we need to admit people who are really sick. Rapid testing, and we also go and enhancing our tracking and tracing, which was very critical during the first and second wave to contain community transmissions. That's also one of the areas of focus, to just close the pandemic to areas. And if we will find a particular community that is a source of rapid spread, we will introduce containment measures, including localized restrictions around movement in those communities. The fourth intervention is about ensuring that we appeal to people, we call on communities, we appeal to the residents of our province. Policing alone is not enough. But as the people did during January, February, they voluntarily on their own stepped up the wearing of masks, washing of hands, and social distancing measures. We are appealing to residents. We are working with various community organizations using our war rooms, ward-based war rooms, including ward councillors. We want ward councillors to assist us in responding at a local level, to especially take the messages and also target those areas that are not complying. Establishments that are not complying, where they have become a source of spread, must be identified, and we work with the police at that level to ensure that there are interventions. Greater local mobilization and awareness raising and public communication with communities is a very powerful instrument in citizen mobilization. Members of this House, as public representatives, you must be our key champions for citizen mobilization in your communities. And lastly, we are stepping up and doubling the number of vaccinations because the vaccine rollout program is also a very critical response. We didn't have vaccines during the first phase. We didn't have vaccines during the second phase. But this phase, we have vaccines. And one of the important things is that this vaccine rollout must happen, and it must impact on more people. So far, we have been able to vaccinate 585,458 people. 91% of those are healthcare workers. That is 197,000 healthcare workers. And 373,000 of them are people 60 years and above. We have just started yesterday with the vaccination of teachers, and I must announce in this House that yesterday alone we vaccinated 10,005 teachers. And I know where that 5 comes from. One of the people in that 5 is Emisi Lesufi. 10,005 teachers were vaccinated yesterday. We are going to continue to increase our capacity simultaneously as we vaccinate the elderly and the healthcare workers. We will vaccinate more teachers in the education sector in Gauteng. I'm glad to announce that from the 1st of July, in the coming week, we will open vaccination for law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers have been in the forefront, and they've been bearing the brunt of this pandemic. Many of them, even as I speak now, are either in isolation or they are sick, and we have also lost some of them to the pandemic. So I am very glad we will start with law enforcement officers, MEC Mazvuko, next week to get them on board on the vaccination program like we're doing with the teachers. It is critically important that they are vaccinated. But I am also glad, honorable members, that next week we are going to start with those in the age category 50 to 59-year-old. We are going to start with them next week, vaccination. And I know some of them are in here because those who are 60 years and above in this legislature should have taken their vaccine by now. Those who are 50 and 59 will be following. And we, as quickly as we do these other categories, we are also going to be moving to those in their 40s. And those in their 40s are also in this house who have been waiting for the vaccines. This will enable many members of this legislature and our councillors on the ground and community leaders in various sectors to be able to take the vaccines. It's a very good thing. It's exemplary to do so. But those who are in the front line, I remember Member Muriati talking about councillors in one of the legislature sittings. And that is important that we move with great speed. But this is a function of the availability of vaccines. I must say we want to step up the number, open more vaccine sites in Gauteng province, improve the vaccine administration as well, and diversify vaccine administration. And some of what we call diversifying vaccine administration is something we've been discussing at a national level to see which other sectors can play a role in the rollout of the vaccine. Not just the medical aids, but can we explore other ways to ensure that our country moves at great speed? Honorable members, I want to report to you that the outbreak of fire and the subsequent closure and evacuation of Charlotte Maxeke had a terrible impact on the fight against COVID-19 and the overall healthcare system in Gauteng province, because Charlotte Maxeke at Johannesburg Academic Hospital is occupying the apex. It is amongst the top institutions. Its specialized services impact on all the tertiary hospitals in our province, including Steve Biko, including Chris Hani Baragwanath, but also the regional hospitals in the province. So its closure has had a severe impact on the healthcare system. Over the past 8 weeks, the provincial government departments, especially DID, has been working with the city of Johannesburg on addressing the issues, firstly understanding the structural impact of the fire, and addressing all the issues identified, especially by the city, around compliance with the rebuilding regulations, especially the fire regulations. As part of having to grapple with this regulatory compliance, there's been a terrible delay, and I must say to this House that delay has been extremely negative on service delivery and our COVID response, and that delay is completely and totally unacceptable, because it poses a health risk, not just for those who go to Charlotte, but also because the patients who were at Charlotte Maxeke have been offloaded onto other facilities in the province. Any more delays would cause a severe risk, not just in our COVID response, but serious clinical risks on the well-being of many patients who normally go to Charlotte Maxeke for other services. I would therefore like to report, honorable members, that after a lot of to's and fro's and doing everything to attend to the compliance issues that the city has been raising and understanding the full impact of that fire on which parts of the building, I am glad to report that yesterday we took a decision to give a go-ahead to the hospital management to urgently reopen those parts of the hospital that have not been structurally affected by the fire. And I am emphasizing those parts of the hospital that have not been structurally affected by the fire, so that those parts of the hospital will alleviate the burden on the healthcare system that we are facing now with regard to COVID and other ailments. And those parts of the hospitals And this, we have received a report of structural engineers that says the following parts of the hospital have not been impacted by the fire. That is block 1 and 2, and a big part of block 3 and part of block 5. Block 4 has completely been damaged by the fire, and block 4 sits between block 1 and 2 and 3 and block 5. So parts of block 3 and some part of block 5 have been affected by the fire. Oncology is ready with full compliance, and I must say it's one of those areas whose delay we could not bear personally. I couldn't bear all the to's and fro's that have to do with compliance. Compliance is important. No one is saying it shouldn't be there. Oncology is ready to open, and the first patients of oncology will go in on Monday, the 28th, but it is not just oncology we are looking at. We are also looking at block 1 and 2. It is block 1 and 2 also where the repurposing of the beds will be done to deal with COVID, but also deal with a lot of neonatals who are currently in the hospitals like Rahima Musa, Nelson Mandela, and Helen Joseph, and other critical services that are very important for this hospital. So this is immediate. The reopening of block 1 and 2 is immediate. It will be followed by the reopening of the other areas that are structurally safe, including parts of block 3 and parts of block 5. But block 4 will take a bit longer. And we took this decision, honorable members. I must tell you, if we were to wait for the normal schedule of what the City of Johannesburg and the Department of Infrastructure Development are saying, how long it will take to reopen, to address all the compliance issues, we will have to wait until September. If we were to wait for addressing all the compliance issues, it means this hospital must be ruled out of the current battle, and we can't afford that. You have been saying it in this house. We have been saying it ourselves. The clinicians have been saying it. The University of Vets has been saying it. The Human Rights Commission has been saying it. Section 27 has been saying it. So several voices have been saying that, and even the other hospitals have been saying the same. And we have arrived at this decision, not because we are not paying. So simultaneously with attending to sorting out all the compliance issues, but the parts of the building where the structure is not damaged by the fire, there may be issues that have to do with fire doors must be replaced because they are old fire doors, they are new standard. Though that is being done, and that will be done in the period between now and September, and that will be completed. But in the meantime, and that's the point I want to make, in the meantime, these blocks that are structurally safe will be open. We have received legal advice even about this, and the lawyers were saying we should wait until all these issues are addressed. We have listened to many consultations, but I am one of those people, honorable members, and my executive who are saying, if we have to go to jail in order to ensure that Charlotte Maxeke is opened, where it is safer, it's opened, and it can be deployed to the service of combating COVID and addressing other health care services. I am saying to you, if I have to go to jail for that, I will go to jail singing like Walter Sisulu said in 1961, that he will go to prison singing for his support for the launch of Umkhonto weSizwe. There is no leader who can sit back, and there's no leadership worth its salt, which must sit back and be bogged down on not that compliance is not important, which bogged down on those minute issues that are stopping us from taking decisive action to make this facility available, not in a reckless way, but taking caution about parts of the building which will be closed off completely, and parts of the building that can be utilized while simultaneously attending to the issues of compliance. And I'm saying to this House, that's the decision we have made, because sitting back and watching people die is something we cannot do, and it is not something we are going to allow to happen, because a facility needs to reach certain levels of compliance in 3 months from now. That's something we will do these things simultaneously. And if there is any dispute we will have with the regulator, buildings regulator in the city, we are willing to address all this first through cooperative governance, and if needs be, we will have to also resort to declaring an intergovernmental dispute. Nothing will stand on our way from saving lives and deploying Charlotte Maxeke to the service of our people. Having said that, honorable members, I would like to move on to the next set of issues, to say that we are working with the following organizations. We are working with the Human Rights Commission, not just on Charlotte Maxeke, but on various responses in our province. We are working with Wits University, Section 27, and the Gift of the Givers. But I must say, even on Charlotte Maxeke, all these organizations are fully supportive of the need for us to do something now and the decision that we have arrived at. I'm glad that we are working closely with the private sector, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Dr. Richard Friedland, the CEO of Netcare, who have really been working very closely with us as the main anchor of the private health response, working with government. I must also commend our municipalities and the district command councils for their work and dedication in the COVID response. The faith-based community, we have been engaging with them. They have a lot of concerns, but many of them have been saying to us, they are also amongst those who regard themselves as the examples of what compliance means. And they say if once one church does not comply, we mustn't condemn all of them. They say many of them are really doing everything in line with the regulations, and we encourage them and support them for the steps they have been taking, because those of us who believe in spirituality know in these difficult times of loss of life, loss of friends, and loss of family, the spiritual side of life is very important to strengthen the resolve of people not to give up the fight. So we need the religious and faith-based sector to be active, to visit families. Abefundisi, they visit families to counsel people and to give them strength and encourage them to continue to look forward that we shall overcome. I've also said we have engaged with other civil society organizations, including NGOs working in the health sector, but we've also engaged with the liquor traders in our province. We believe working together, we will turn around the corner. We shall emerge from this storm as we have emerged from the previous 2 storms. And there should be no losers in the course of this battle. We must all be winners in this war. There's no luxury to just sit back and point fingers. Those who have the luxury to sit back and point fingers must continue to do so, but we want to join hands. And let's get the message to the people out there. In the end, the most powerful weapon we have is the response of the people. If more people who don't have to be out there can stay at home, and if more people who don't always have to be going up and down can reduce and just take extra measures and make sure they are always wearing their masks, avoid going to crowded places. And those who go to work, workers who travel using public transport, ensure that even in public transport systems and transits, we have compliance in those areas. If all of us can do that, we will emerge soon. We will reach the peak in this province. But already we must also work together in ensuring that we pay attention to those who have been affected by affected by the pandemic. That includes, honorable members, those who are said to have recovered from COVID-19. And here, if I had an opportunity, I'll just say to you, I am an example of the fact that recovering from COVID-19 takes long. You can recover, feel better immediately after you are diagnosed, 14 days and so on. You're no longer testing positive, feel better, and sooner do you go back to what's called long COVID, and about 10–15% of people who are not talking about it, who have suffered from the pandemic, are continuing to have severe symptoms that are persistent, long-term symptoms that they're really, really struggling with. And members of our legislature and in our communities who are continuing to go through this, all I can say to you is that persist, keep up the fight. COVID is not a once-off thing. We have to live with it. In communities, I have met doctors who say they are suffering from long COVID themselves, and they can no longer do what they used to do. But we will win this battle. We shall overcome in this during this wave again. It is extremely important, having said all these things, honorable members, that I want to say a few things other than what we are dealing with COVID, which is my last part of the speech. I want to say a few things which are part of our overall recovery plan and from COVID on the economic side, as well as addressing violence, gender-based violence, poverty, inequalities. So having said all the things that we have to do, yes, we must win this battle against COVID so that we can come back to focus on restoring the lives of many of our people, getting the economy to work, and getting the economy to work is our principal area of focus. You have listened to MEC's budget speeches in the last few days, who were presenting their plans and their programs, but also recording some of the progress we have made as the 6th administration. I want to reconfirm that the critical focus of the 5th administration is those 4 priorities. The details that have been given by my colleagues in the provincial government are adequate. I want to reaffirm the fact that the reorganization of the Office of the Premier has been crucial and is crucial. We have reorganized the Office of the Premier to strengthen the policy unit, policy coordination. This policy unit is doing very good work now in work of monitoring, evaluation, and also bringing greater coherence between what we do at the provincial level and what happens at national and local government level. We have also strengthened the integrity management team and unit by aligning the forensic division that was in Treasurer with the work of the integrity management unit, and this is beginning to yield some positive results. All these things we are doing, and I'm going to share with you a few of concrete achievements and results in that regard. We are doing these things because building a capable, ethical, and developmental state is important for our success. It is extremely important, as the NDP says, that our country's development success requires a state that is ethical, a state that has got the requisite capabilities to carry out this development agenda. Many of you know that we have been in the forefront as one of those provinces that are fighting corruption, not just talking about it, but institutionalizing it. The outbreak of corruption in the course of fighting COVID-19 is one of those things that have really brought to the fore the fact that you can never really say you have won the battle against corruption. You have to fight all the time, and you have to put in place measures that are long-term and more sustainable. One of those measures that are long-term and more sustainable is what we have been doing. The first one, I want to say to you, all senior managers and SCM officials in Gauteng province departments have now subjected themselves to vetting by relevant state agencies. I want to say that again. All senior managers, SMS, and supply chain officials. The vetting is not complete, but all of them have subjected themselves to vetting by state security. The process is still on. So there's no single official in the provincial government, unlike before where some officials will just refuse to be vetted. And I have come across some officials who had refused, and the state security people will come to me and say, Premier, in that department, the following officials are refusing to be vetted. That is the past. It no longer exists. We have ensured that every single official, you either resign from the provincial government if you are an SMS official or an SCM official, or you subject yourself to vetting. And this includes, Honorable Speaker, this includes both the Premier and the MECs. They have subjected themselves to vetting by the relevant state agencies. And this is an important area of the struggle against corruption in our province. All we are waiting for is the completion of this work, these vetting processes by the state agencies. But all the SMS officials, SCM officials, the MECs, and myself have subjected ourselves to that process and filled the necessary forms, necessary documentation, including processes that the relevant state agencies are ensuring that they identify where there may be areas of risk or conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest. I want to also say that all officials who do business with government in the Gauteng province have been red flagged, all of them without exception. So we had undergone a process department by department. Any official who does business with government has been red flagged, and the accounting officers have written to them letters, and they're being put to disciplinary processes. That includes those who do work that's not authorized outside the public service without the requisite or approval. All the departments, we've gone through this process. I said with the MECs, department by department, we audited all the departments. The other important thing to say is that the outcomes of all forensic investigations, independent firm, or investigations either by the SIU or independent forensic firms or by Chapter 9 institutions. All of those investigations, all of them, we have sat down to go through all of them, and those where there were recommendations for remedial action, appropriate action is being taken by the relevant authority department by department, and those that require criminal or civil criminal proceedings or civil cases have been opened for each department and for each case. So far, 100% of the criminal cases have been reported to law enforcement agencies against the target that we would have thought 50%. So 100% have been reported, and we are working with the ethics and the Ethics Advisory Council to follow up on each of the cases in departments, and every matter that comes from whether it's the public protector or the Auditor General's office or any key agency that is a Chapter 9 institution, or it may also be the SIU investigation or an independent investigation commissioned by departments. All those have been a list of each of those cases, including those that require that the police must be able to ensure appropriate follow-up with other law enforcement agencies, including criminal prosecution. Those have been dealt with and I'm saying this is department by department, the Office of the Premier working with the accounting officer and the executive authority of each department. Department by department, all of them are doing exactly what we say. So I want to reassure you that 95% of all the cases that have been reported are showing indication that also the people who are responsible are taking action, not just disciplinary action, If the public protector has said, yeah, it's a criminal case, somebody needs to be reported to the law enforcement agencies, all those are being followed. And we will leave no stone unturned as this provincial government. We have also been able to track down 100% community-wide service delivery commitments that we have made, especially frontline service delivery monitoring, all the implementation of plans, Nterisano commitments that we have had at different points are being monitored, and they are being tracked 100% by the Office of the Premier using this newly energized policy unit. We have enhanced public participation process through the delivery of more ward-based, a more effective ward-based committee system and an asset-based community development model. So, honorable members, all these are a part of our interventions to build a state that is effective, that is ethical, that responds to the issues that are raised by our communities. Honorable members, the third thing I want to say we are driving, without going into detail, is the economy. Special economic zones, you have seen the greater level of attention we are paying region by region, district-based special economic zones. The Tshwane Automotive SEZ is the best example. Vaal SEZ is coming on board. The West Rand Agro-Processing SEZ is coming on board. And OR Tambo SEZ is being brought into optimal operation. The Township Economic Development Act the bill is what we have tabled before this House, and we hope you will soon deliberate on it and approve it. And it goes with the launch of the Township Economy Fund. In the coming week or two, we will get the IDC to publicly announce and commit how much they are going to put into our Township Economy Fund to match what the Gauteng provincial government has already put 250 million rands. So on various economic issues, we are also following up on matters of urban agriculture and agro-processing and supporting urban farmers in our province, as we have said to you before. Infrastructure development continues to be the key driver of creating job opportunities. In many instances, it's not long-term jobs, including EPWP opportunities, including housing programs that are creating opportunities. But the long-term jobs are going to be sorted out through the Township Economy Development Act and the special economic zones. So simultaneously, we are also addressing the issues faced by young people. We hear what you are saying, Honorable Chair, of OCPOL about Tshepo 1 million, but we will continue to improve the program so that it can achieve its desired outcome. And at this point, I would like to say that 142,814 economically excluded young people have been placed on pathways to earning through Tshepo 1 million. And we are working with the presidency on this program. We welcome your inputs about where we can improve this program. We are also training a lot of young people working with the eGov department on digital skills. The digital economy and the fourth industrial revolution is the entry point for the youth in Gauteng province. Empowering the youth through skills and education with all our education flagship is one of the critical areas of intervention. And those programs, we are consolidating them through all the interventions in our programs of education, the details of which were dealt with here. We are enhancing our work on the resolving all legacy projects, but also ensuring that the mega projects deliver effective housing opportunities for people in our province, including interventions in areas, particularly the hostels and the informal settlements, the details of which was reported by MEC Maile in his budget speech, which I listened to. Land release program, we definitely would, those stands that are ready, it's just that there is third wave COVID now. We don't want to be seen to be bringing people together. The stands that are ready, we want to release those stands now. We are also continuing to do interventions in the area of poverty relief, food security through our Department of Social Development, including supporting the women, the elderly, and children in various ways, the details of which were presented by the MEC of Social Development. Our program on dealing with violence against women, especially GBV, is being stepped up. And all I want to say is that it is a very important area of priority for us, dealing with GBV. I also want to take this opportunity to strongly condemn ongoing violence and killings of members of the LGBTIQ community in our province. This is barbaric, and this act of barbarism must be rooted out everywhere in our province, and it can't be tolerated. And I also want to raise the flag to say that this is something that must not be allowed. This must be a province for all, and the rights of members of the LGBTIQ community must be protected, like the rights of women and the rights of children. We need a dedicated police team that will deal with this type of violence. And the Premier's office has delayed with the setting up of the LGBTIQ desk. I am going to make sure in this financial year that that desk is indeed established. Honorable members, I would like to conclude by saying that COVID-19 is holding us back in the area. That's very exciting for us. Social cohesion work through the creative industries and sports. COVID-19, we're finding creative ways, but it is holding us back. There were games amongst our youth that were supposed to take place. Now they can't take place. So we are trying to use technology and digital platforms to find ways of continuing to sustain these sectors, these creative sectors that are not just about the economy, but they are also about the soul of our nation, the soul of our diverse people. And the details of that was delivered eloquently by the MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. In conclusion, the greatest development of our time in our continent is the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement or area is the most important development of our time in our continent. During this month, the month of May, our province joined many in our continent to celebrate Africa Month. We had a seminar that brought in different contributors on the conversation around Gauteng's contribution to African continental economic integration and industrialization. Our province will not be left behind in this regard. So we are working with different regions and urban nodes, districts, cities and city regions in our continent to continue to fly the flag of building a better Africa. We are doing so because our province contributes quite significantly to African, particularly investment in our continent, just as a region in the province. We will continue to do so. And on this note, honorable members, I want to say that the fight against COVID-19, especially the third wave, is something that we will never yield. We will deploy every energy, every fiber in our energy and every resource to make sure we emerge from this third wave victorious. We need all of you to contribute to this fight, and victory is certain. And I want to commend once more members of this legislature for doing the work you are doing in your communities. I thank OCPOL for your support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, and good morning to colleagues and to members of the public. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I want to welcome Premier Makhura's words that seek to say that we should be working together. We want to work together, and we have pledged our support to working together. But working together sometimes means that we have to be honest about what is happening. And being honest about what is happening is not really criticism that should not be taken by those that are in government. Premier, I sit and ask this question, and this is a question that I want to ask to you. And the question that I want to ask to you is, do you have a dream for Gauteng? And does that dream mean that we have a Gauteng that really works? If we have a Gauteng that works, what does it look like? Does your executive buy into that dream of a working Gauteng? Does your executive believe in that dream that you say Gauteng should be? Are the administrators buying into that dream? Is it keeping them awake at night? Are they doing what they can each and every day to make sure that the dream of a working Gauteng becomes a reality? I'm asking that, Premier, because we always hear year in, year out about the improvements that are supposed to be coming. We hear in, year out, year in, year out about the great plans that are always being put in place. But the question that one always asks is, when we have these grand plans that sometimes just disappear into the year and never reappear again sometime the following year, or they will reappear again for the following year, but this without very much concrete evidence of what has been actually done so far. I then question, do we have a dream for Gauteng, and are the officials really buying into the dream for Gauteng? Premier, I want to say to you that if we have a dream for Gauteng should ensure that, first of all, as much as we do have a pandemic that we're sitting with, we are now into the second year of the pandemic. And you have spent a great deal talking about where we are and what has been done or what is being planned to be done. But there's little that has been said about how do we really get the economy going once we have really dealt with the pandemic. And this is something that I would want to spend a little bit of time on. As much as you're saying we need to make sure that we balance the lives and the livelihoods, we now need to put our money where our mouth is. We now need to be making sure that each and every action that we take is a true reflection of that. And this is something that I want to then get down to. Today, as we meet in this house to debate the budget allocated to the Office of the Premier, we do so with the latest unemployment statistics painting a very bleak picture of our residents here in Gauteng. Currently, there are over 34% of the Gauteng residents who are sitting at home being unemployed. And it is not due to lack of trying to find gainful employment from their part. The current pandemic has made the task of seeking employment even more difficult, and the regulations cutting trading times for businesses and restricting movement of individuals have really led to greater challenges that you alluded to earlier on. But Premier, I'm going to be asking the question that I asked right in the beginning. Do you have a dream for Gauteng? Does your executive know it? And does the administrator component of our Gauteng government know the dream, and do they buy into that dream? I'm asking this, Premier, because now you're sitting with the Department of Infrastructure that have seen it fit to cut the EPWP budget by 21% while increasing the MEC's office budget by 67%. This means that you're going to have people that are going to be having less jobs, as much as they might be temporary, but you're going to have less jobs that are going to be available out there. This, for me, doesn't bode very, very well for a Gauteng that is working, a Gauteng that has a plan to get the economy going. We're talking about the critical job skills training under the TSEPO 1 million that you talk about year in, year out, and the TIMTI 1 million program that did not take place during the third and the fourth quarter of the previous financial year because government was unable to implement and put in proper social distancing methods so that these viable training programs could continue. These programs could have equipped the youth by giving them much needed skills and giving them an important boost in finding employment under this current and challenging climate. Many of those who go through the similar skills development program are able to start their own business and have the capacity to pass on skills they have learned to other unemployed youth in their immediate communities. The failure by the Gauteng provincial government to create conducive environment for both foreign and private investment to flourish in the province is holding back our economy from growing and preventing the unemployment rate from coming down. Madam Speaker, we can no longer use COVID-19 as an excuse for government not meeting their job creation goals and the skills development goals on an ongoing basis, especially when taxpayers' hard-earned money is at stake here. Premier, we talk about always the office of the Premier getting a clean audit, and this is something that is welcomed. But sir, while you are sitting at the helm, underneath you, the departments are not doing so well. And you now need to own up to the fact that the buck stops with you. It cannot be that you have departments that year in, year out, hear your dream or hear what your vision is, but deliver something different to that. We now need to work together in ensuring that when we spend money in the departments, that they talk to the dream that you do have. This is something that it doesn't happen, sir. We see an over expenditure, but little impact in terms of the delivery. And especially the people out there, they're hearing of billions and millions that are spent in year out. But when you ask, is there real impact in terms of the delivery thereof? The answer is always no. We talk about money that is always been returned to Treasury because it hasn't been spent according to the plan and the dream that you talk about. I ask again, do you have a department or do you have administrators that believe in your dream? During the recent oversight to an industrial hub in Pennyville, Soweto, where furniture is manufactured, one of the complaints I received during my interaction with the tenants of the hub was that they are not able to directly pitch for tenders. And you talk about getting the township economy going again. Yet some of these small entrepreneurs and township entrepreneurs are always overlooked for tenders for government. But they have to rely on bigger furniture manufacturing companies to give them a portion of the tender. I don't know why this continues to be the case, but it is the case. In many cases, small businesses like this one we visited are constantly overlooked by government, yet we have an entire policy dedicated to the revitalization of township economy. If we want entrepreneurs in the township to thrive, this government needs to put their money where their mouth is. They need to make sure that they don't talk about it, but they actually go and do it. Premier, you spoke about over 200 million that has gone towards township revitalization. But are you able to then pinpoint how many of the small companies have really benefited from the 200 million? Or has it gone up to big companies that are then using the small companies as a tick box exercises as they go along? This is something that we have to answer as we look at whether the dream that you spoke about is really taking shape, or is it something that your officials are not buying into? I say this, Premier, because when you talk about the employment that is taking place by the same small enterprises in the townships, you realize that when these guys are employing about 5 people, they're not just 5 people that they're empowering and employing, but there's 5 households that many of them are taken care of. And this is something that when business fail, it means that we are now pushing many families into poverty, with no money for primary, secondary, and school education, with no money for transport to seek work opportunities, with no money to be able to then buy food on a daily basis. We are pushing people into a cycle of poverty. The only way in which government can help township businesses to flourish is by cutting the red tape and making tenders accessible to them so that they can no longer rely on a middleman or to be subcontracting. Perhaps maybe one of the things that we can look at, and you said we need to now talk about solution, is to perhaps sometimes cut some of the tenders so that you can then have manageable chunks where small businesses can find expression in terms of being able to apply and be able to then be successfully awarded some of these contracts. During the hard lockdown last year, informal traders who were trying to make ends meet had their fresh produce confiscated by the government because they were not adhering to the lockdown regulation. Was it really necessary to confiscate their livelihoods because of lockdown regulation violation? Why couldn't the law enforcement just indicate to the informal traders of what they were doing wrong and request them to adhere to the rules? And I'm sure you would have seen just over this past weekend, we've had another incident of something similar happening in Johannesburg, where somebody's goods had been taken because they are seen as not being adhering to the regulations. Yet at the same time, this is somebody who is just trying to make ends meet. Is this what we mean by ensuring that we empower those that are less privileged? Instead of the government assisting our informal traders to keep food on the table, they were being unfairly punished. This was an ideal opportunity for the Office of the Premier to fully embrace the fourth industrial revolution and help our informal economy move into the formal economy to embrace technology. Madam Speaker, this was extremely disheartening to hear, given that every year during the annual State of the Province address, a considerable amount of time is spent on how this province will be concentrating its focus on the township economy so that businesses in the township can grow and employ more people. The Premier speaks about the special economic zones as another key driver of our economy, and one that can be put to good use to drive employment opportunities. And it's right to point that Tshwane Automotive Hub is a primary example of this. Here, 6,000 or 8,600 short-term jobs have been created for the people of Tshwane, with a further 2,000 direct jobs that will be created through this hub to elevate poverty and help our residents put food on their table. This is not a handout by a tangible effort by anybody else, but the DA-led government in Tshwane to ensure that our residents are given a hand up and not a hand down. They're able to dig themselves out of the trenches of poverty. The times of talking about these specialized zones needs to end. We need to do something about it. We need to make sure that we put our money where our mouth is. Premier, I then ask again, do you have a dream for a working Gauteng? Do your executive believe in this dream? Does your administrators believe in this dream? Does it keep them awake at night? Another key driver of the economy in Gauteng is transport. It is a cost-efficient way to transport goods from one province to another, but certainly in Gauteng, it is more expensive because of the e-tolls. Business who have trucks transporting goods through the provinces have to fork out additional tax for e-tolls, where the additional cost is now simply passed on to the consumers. Since the inception of the e-tolls in 2013, the DA has been opposed to this implementation. We have offered various solutions, on one of which has been to use the portion of the fuel levy to supplement the cost of the road infrastructure. The DA has also requested that the Premier has to launch an intergovernmental dispute with national government on this matter. We're still waiting for any action on this matter. Instead, the e-toll saga has now been used as a voting fodder ahead of the 2021 local government election, with a whole lot of confusion that has taken place. And we have seen MEC Jacob Mamabolo going on to SAFM and say that for all intents and purposes, the e-toll has been scrapped, only to retract the comment and say that they are just against the e-tolls. What is really happening here? Are the e-tolls being scrapped, or are we just against the e-tolls? When can we expect an announcement on this? We were told in 2018 that there will be an announcement that will be made. Nothing came. In 2019, the same thing happened, nothing came. In 2020, the same thing came, nothing happened. Earlier on, we were told by the minister that an announcement is imminent and this will be done very, very soon. But nothing has come of it. We are now 3 weeks ever since we were told that an announcement will be made and nothing is coming thereof. Again, I ask, do you have a dream? Do the people that you are having in your executive buy into your dream? And do the administrators buy into the dream? Let me also add, does the national leadership believe in your dream if you do have one? Madam Speaker, I want to also say that the third wave is firmly with us. And the pandemic has really shown us that we have very weak administration when it comes to our health system. I hear Premier talking about the need to ensure that we open up the Charlotte Maxeke again, and this is a welcome gesture by you to say you're ready to even be arrested. And I've seen some of the comments talking about this is welcome leadership, but sir, this is something that should be done already. We should not be talking about it. We should be acting on it. There are patients that are losing their hope of ever really recovering from, from cancers that they need to be, going through chemo for in the hospitals. Some of them have to now travel extra long kilometers to get to the next hospital in order for them to be able to get to the help that they need. Now, this is something that, Premier, we now need to then say, are we going to be talking about it on and on, or are we going to be really putting our money where our mouth is? Just yesterday, we've heard that the number of infection has stood at about 17,000, of which 10,806 came from Gauteng. This is of great concern. The pace of vaccination in the country and the province is slow. And this is something that we now need to ask, what pressure are you giving onto the national government to ensure that we get our allocation as fast as we possibly can, and that is distributed to the centers as fast as we possibly can to ensure that we vaccinate as many people as we possibly can, and we are able to then get on to achieving our herd immunity or as soon as we possibly can. Coming the 26th of July, children are scheduled to go back to school on a daily basis. And the rotational teaching and learning will come to an end for the primary school children. Our concern is that since the country's moved to lockdown alert level 1 earlier this year, the daily COVID-19 call between the caucus leaders in the legislature and the Premier has also not resumed. We don't know whether there are challenges that the department is now faced with. We don't know that the incident that has been reported in the media about wrong dosages being sent to one of the centers to be given to the teachers is an isolated incident, or is this something that is now a problem that we now need to be concerned about? Premier, you cannot talk about us working together if this information is not freely shared with us as political leaders in this August House. We used to be able to meet and then be able to converse about what the challenges are, and we used to share what the solutions could be. But this has stopped. Now we have to rely on the media to then tell us exactly what is happening. We have to rely on you when you're addressing the media, instead of us being able to proactively hear from you and to to also contribute to the solutions that are needed out there. The Department of Health, again, has officially recorded over 10,770 deaths from the COVID-19, but acknowledges that this is only about 42% of the access death figures that is estimated by the South African Research Council or Medical Research Council, which is of the great concern to the DA. We need accurate figures of exactly how many COVID-19 deaths have occurred. And this can only happen, Premier, if our meetings do resume, where we are able to then question some of the stats that are given, where we are able to then say where is the epicenters within the province, and what is the plan to then deal with that. In the province, we need to know exactly how many people are also infected, because I don't believe that the numbers that we are getting right now is a true reflection of what is really happening. So the public has to be given the accurate information at all times. Our government hospitals' resources are already constrained without a pandemic. So it isn't much more important now more than ever that the Premier is transparent about what is needed and how we can how we can all work together as political parties to ensure that adequate resources are provided to hospitals and that the loss of life is kept to a minimum. What we now need to do, Premier, is to work together with the government to find solution to the problem our government is faced with. The only way in which we can do this is if we start meeting regularly again as caucus leaders to discuss the new trends in the COVID-19 pandemic, use our portfolio committees to discuss tangible solutions to our unemployment rate in the province, and for solutions for the e-tolls once and for all to ensure that the people of Gauteng don't have to carry the burden going forward. We need to make sure that we work together for a better tomorrow for the people of Gauteng. But Premier, there's one thing that I have learned while interacting with the young people in the last few weeks. More and more young people are also demoralized because they don't see how government's plan is relevant to them. They hear about the fourth industrial revolution, but don't see the training and development in the ICT space that government is supposed to be providing for them to be able to then function in this particular space. We need a functional broadband network that will enable the youth and enable the entrepreneurs to be able to then get businesses going, especially in times where social distancing is actually encouraged. We now need to be working towards this. But is the department that is responsible for this knowing that this is your dream? Are they able to work and ensure that this is something that gets to be implemented? We need to be making sure that we strive towards an economy that works for the people of Gauteng. We need to strive towards ensuring that we have a health system that is working for the people of Gauteng. We need to strive to be working towards ensuring that you have a road transport and infrastructure department that is able to deliver to the dream that is ensuring that Gauteng does work. So far, we don't see that that is something that is happening, Premier. As much as we hear the good deeds that you are planning to have in this coming year. This budget and the other budgets that have been delivered by the departments are really doing very little justice towards that same goal that you are talking to. We want to work together with you. We want to support a program that has a Gauteng that works in mind. But this is something that we haven't seen as something that brings a Gauteng that works to reality. We want to work with you. We want to support your programs. And we want to make sure that ultimately we have a Gauteng that works. But again, I ask, the dreams that you have, are they supported by your executive? Are they, at the end of the day, supported by your administrators? If they are supported by your administrators, are they being kept awake at night in ensuring that they are being implemented? If this is not the case, then I'm sorry, sir, but next year we're going to be sitting here listening to the same thing over and over again, where little delivery is going to be done, where money is going to be returned over to National Treasury, where we are going to be having over expenditure and little to show for it. This is something that the people of Gauteng cannot afford to have going forward. I hope that we can relook at some of these plans and we can then say, how do we then ensure that ultimately you have a Gauteng that works for its people? Because if we get Gauteng to work, then indeed we'll get South Africa to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mabala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to indicate that I'll be debating on behalf of our party leader, Member Itan Mokwebo, who is not feeling well today. Madam Speaker, the EFF rejects budget vote 1. We can only assess the Premier based on how the departments in this province perform in executing their mandate. This should be the yardstick through which the performance of the Premier is measured on whether he is exercising the oversight role over the government he is leading. Madam Speaker, we are aware that the Office of the Premier has been allocated 714 million for the 2021-22 financial year. We are sure that even this allocation will be subject to wasteful and irregular expenditure, as is the case every year. Honorable Madam Speaker, under Premier Makhura's lack of decisive leadership, the Gauteng provincial government has failed to spend more than 4.1 billion of its 132 billion budget from the previous financial year. This money could have been used to appoint more than 1,200 teachers and build schools, clinics, libraries, and hospitals. Under the Premier's watch, the biggest culprits that perpetually languish in under expenditure are the departments of education, health, social development, human settlements, and roads and transport. This clearly indicates the vacuum in good governance and accountability in the province to the detriment of our people. Gauteng Education's personnel expenditure outcome alone reflects personnel under expenditure of 374.7 million, which has resulted in what department remaining significantly below the Department of Public Service and Administration's recommended vacancy rate target of 10%. All this while MEC Panyaza Lesufi is leading a department that incurred 14 million irregular expenditure during 1920 under the Premier's watch. To date, no disciplinary processes have commenced in respect to the irregular expenditure, and this department still have the nerve to engage the provincial treasury to obtain a condonement for the irregular expenditure in their financials. All this while the Premier sits and folds his hands, Madam Speaker. Today we have learned from the MEC for Health that Anglo Ashanti is open to the public. The MEC for Health has indicated that the hospital is being utilized for isolation and quarantine. Madam Speaker, while $500 million was spent to upgrade and refurbish this facility. So I would like to ask the Premier and the MEC for Health, why can't the hospital treat COVID-19 patients during this difficult period that we're in, which is the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic? Madam Speaker, the e-tolls has always been the campaign of the Premier towards elections season. The Premier have promised the people of Gauteng over the years that e-tolls will be scrapped, but there is no action to date, Madam Speaker. So we would like to know for how long is the Premier going to promise the people of Gauteng lies? When looking at the continually failing projects by the Infrastructure Development Department, we are aware that the Premier sits idly while the department squanders our money on poor performing contractors and looters who procure tenders by paying bribes and racketeering. Under the Premier's poor leadership, the province is being run by the SIU, because if you look at each and every department, you'd find that the SIU is investigating. Like, for instance, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which is an agency of the Gauteng government that focused on a tender for Township Entrepreneur Awards in 2017, as well as a project management services for the Pitching Booster Initiative in Sidibeng in 2018, revealed the unlawful and improper conduct by employees of the agency, suppliers, and other person or entity in relation to the above-mentioned transaction. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Premier has failed to prevent excessive abuse of the budget of the province in its entirety, has failed to respond to the outcries of whistleblowers concerning looting at different departments, especially the economic development, health, and education departments. Now, as the EFF, Madam Speaker, we reject this budget vote. Thank you.
Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to call up my speech. Thank you. Premier, you said during this week that the house is on fire in Gauteng due to COVID-19. Actually, the truth is that the veld surrounding the house was on fire long before COVID-19 appeared due to credit downgrades, the e-tolls, life esidimeni, corruption, and more corruption. COVID-19 was not the proximate cause of the fire in the house. Sorry, let me just, my speech just jumped. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 was not the proximate cause of the fire in the house, but merely the accelerant. Tenderpreneurs are having a field day, and it is now also clear that the ANC government did not plan for the third COVID-19 wave. People are sick and dying due to a lack of hospital beds. How is it possible that the government did not learn any lessons from the first two waves? We have to ask, where's the planning and execution to save lives? Where's the planning to stop corruption? The SIU found recently in the Education Department that the cleaning of schools tenders were dealt out, that were handed out. The money was blown to the tune of 40 million rand on designer watches, jewelry, luxury cars, houses, and even plastic surgery. Premier, this has to stop, and planning needs to take place to save the lives. As far as we are concerned, it is now clear that the actual cause of the fire raging in Gauteng is not COVID-19, but the ANC. But the Freedom Front Plus is willing to work with you to save what is left to save. Thank you very much.
Honorable Adams.
Honorable Speaker, good morning. Honorable Premier, in my 1 minute allocated time, let me concentrate on our present crisis that our province of Gauteng is finding itself in. The COVID-19 pandemic that is spreading rapidly throughout our communities and ravaging through the streets of Gauteng. I'm especially encouraged, Honorable Premier, and hopeful by your determined statement to say that you would rather go to jail in the event where bureaucracy and compliance would stop you and your executive from opening well-needed healthcare facilities like Salat Pateke and even Anglo Ashanti, because it is so badly needed and urgently needed for our people. That it is very encouraging for me, Honorable Premier. The ACDP has constantly pledged their support to yourself and the GPG to work together in order to make Gauteng a better place to live and work in for the people of Gauteng province. In my closing statement, Honorable Premier, let us undoubtedly, unapologetically, unwaveringly put the people of Gauteng first. Let them be our priority. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to welcome the good news on Sharp and Khayeke Johannesburg Hospital. Frankly, it's a great relief to hear that parts of it are going to be reopened. I hope the Honourable Premier can share with us whether the ICU beds can be made functional as soon as possible, because I think they're desperately needed in the middle of this terrible epidemic. But I just recall the debate we had last year in the dreadful first wave of this COVID-19 pandemic. People were scared by this new threat. They were worried about their health, the loss of income and jobs, and everyone looked for guidance and assistance from the government. I said then that the COVID-19 crisis had exposed how poorly prepared this administration was to deal with it because of many years of poor administration and corruption. Now, we all know that the Premier's office is ultimately responsible for the workings of the entire provincial government, so this reflects an inadequacy in his office. The Honourable Premier did not like my reference last year to a broken government that failed in key areas in this pandemic, but I'm sorry to say the evidence keeps piling up of a failure of monitoring and control by the Premier's office with scandal after scandal. Really, something is seriously wrong when networks of people in various departments saw the opportunity for self-enrichment when hundreds of millions of extra money was made available to fight the pandemic. Mistakes can be made in this context. I fully realize that, but frankly, the scale of what was stolen and wasted is staggering, and there are probably more revelations to come. There's a striking comment by the late Auditor General Kimi Makwetu. He said as follows: even in the midst of a crisis, transparency and accountability for government spending to the benefit of citizens cannot take a back seat. But here are some of the findings in the special reports by the AG on COVID-19 spending. Firstly, 23 unlisted suppliers were used to procure PPE amounting to 862.5 million rand. 300,000 K95 medical masks were ordered, but KN95 non-medical masks were delivered instead. 127 million rands worth of PPEs were ordered, but not received by the Gauteng Health Department. There were 22 instances where PPE contracts were awarded to suppliers with no previous history of supplying PPE, and the total value was 442 million rand. And there were 6 instances where prices were paid in excess of Treasury regulations, with a potential loss of 182 million rand because of overpricing. And this is what the AG says about the Nasrec Field Hospital. He said that payments of 22.5 million rand were made to the supplier outside the agreed terms in the signed contract. The department paid for the purchase of items that were leased by the supplier. And secondly, the department did not invite as many suppliers as possible, and there was no prior approval from Treasury. And this is what the AG says about the refurbishment of the Anglo-Ashanti Mine Hospital. He says as follows, quote, there were 6 instances where emergency procurement awards amounting to 495 million rand were not reported to the provincial treasury within the required 30 days. Now, we also know that the SIU is investigating the exorbitant costs for this hospital, which has wonderful ICU beds. And I'm sorry to say, I haven't yet heard that the ICU beds are going to be used to fight the COVID-19 epidemic. I've just heard quarantine and isolation, which frankly you could use a hotel for. You know, to be honest, to mix metaphors, I think this hospital is a gift horse that looks like a white elephant. I'm sorry to say that. And really, I think that the money could have been better spent with extra beds in the West Rand, at Lerotong, Yusuf Dadu, Carltonville. And what happened to the 300 beds that we were promised at the Kopanang Hospital in the Vaal area? Now, the AG also reports on masks for school children that were the wrong size and only had 1 layer instead of 2 layers, and the quality of the fabric was not breathable. And now we have the incredible information, honestly, that 431 million rand was spent on the unnecessary decontamination of schools, and wait for it, contracts were arranged by WhatsApp. Imagine that. You get a contract through a WhatsApp message. Now, with regard specifically to the Premier's office, the AG finds that it approved an emergency procurement for the Provincial COVID-19 Command Operations Centre at the Edcon Retail Academy. This contract was originally for 8.5 million rand, but was extended to become 14 million rand. The value of the extension was 5.4 million rand, which amounts to 63% of the original amount, which is way over the 25% threshold when extending the scope of a contract. I really wish to say there's something clearly very wrong here and very broken in all these instances of irregularities, wastage, and corruption. Now, the AG identifies as a root cause. Note, he says the root cause is the tone and culture at the top, about which he says the following, quote, there was a breakdown in the organizational level controls to enable an ethical and effective control culture, including leadership, effectiveness, and conduct. I'll repeat that. An ethical and effective control culture, including leadership, effective, and conduct. And I repeat, he identifies this as a root cause, and it comes from the top, the tone and culture at the top. You know, really, this is not me saying this. This is the AG saying it. And I think it's a searing indictment of the Premier's office. You know, just think of all those who unjustly lost their lives because of inferior masks that were distributed, and those who died because extra hospital beds were not built in time or in the right places, and the massive waste of money that could have been used to provide relief to those who lost their jobs. So I'm sorry to say, this is why the DA cannot support the budget vote for a Premier's office that has failed in all these areas. And you know, there is a better way. You just have to look at the DA-run Western Cape, where wasted money is kept low, and the AG reports are generally favorable. Imagine the health department of the Western Cape actually gets a clean audit, so it can be done. So the way forward is to stop the cadre deployments, ensure that there are consequences for wrongdoing, and that all the rot is finally removed so that there is a capable state, not a vampire state that just sucks everything dry. Thank you.
Honorable Mube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Chief Whips of other parties, Honorable Members of the Executive, Honorable Members of this august House, and people of Gauteng. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we dip our political, revolutionary, and government banners for 10 days in honor of one of the greatest sons of the African soil, one of the most committed Pan-Africanists that ever lived, one of the last African icons of the caliber of Baba Sisulu, Babu Tambo, Babu Mugabe, and others, Ubaba UKK, the founding president of the Republic of Zambia. In his years on this earth, he was the epitome of hope for Africa, because of his dedication to Africans and the liberation of the African continent from the colonial rule. He played a huge role in our liberation as South Africa. Most of the African liberation movements, including the African National Congress, benefited immensely from his sacrifice and commitment. He hosted, supported, and honored and harbored our liberation movements, sometimes at the expense of his people and his country. Umuthi omkhulu uwile, insika yama-Afrika iwile. His passing leaves a void in our hearts. In his honor, Africa will one day unite. Africa will reclaim its lost resources. We're also debating this budget almost 3 weeks after honoring the life and times of one of our stalwarts of our movement, one of the Rivonia trialists, one of the heroes and heroines who have been awarded with the best and highest honor given to the bravest warriors, those distinguished by their leadership in battle. Isitwalandwe, Siaprangwe, Ubaba Andrew Mugiti Mlangeni. He would have turned 96 on Sunday, the 6th of June. Dr. Mlangeni was recruited to the ANC Youth League at the very age of 19 years. Today, I dedicate my speech to him as we are debating this budget vote during Youth Month, the month dedicated to the youth of 1976 who stood up against the unjust apartheid government, fighting against the Gata education, fighting against the education that was aimed to direct Black or non-white youth to the unskilled labor market, to ensure white control and prosperity, fighting against the enforcement of the introduction of the Africans as the medium of instruction, and laid their lives fighting for the right to equal education. This gave rise to the Soweto Youth Uprising. Others will say Black Power. And at that time, we used to say, when Soweto sneezes, the whole country catches the flu. I'm therefore grateful to be at this podium today, just 8 days after the 16th of June, 2021. Honorable members, C.I.T. Mashinini was only 19 when he led this heroic struggle, which changed the history of our struggle and symbolized youth resistance to racism and imperialism. Let me state up front, Honorable Speaker, that as the ANC, we support this budget vote 1. If a question were to be asked on what challenges are facing today's students and youth in our country and in our province, the answer is staring us in the eye. We see the students on a yearly basis crying for free registration in the institutions of higher learning, decent and accessible accommodation, access to funding on time, decolonization of the curriculum, scrapping of the accumulated debts, unemployment, and gender-based violence, which has reached alarming proportions and demise has become synonymous to our identity. Honorable Speaker, on the 1st of June 2021, we're advised that the expanded definition of unemployment, which includes discouraged job seekers, the rate rose to a record of 43.2% in the first quarter of 2021, from the 42.6% in the previous quarter. Underscoring the gravity of the situation, the youth jobless rate based on the expanded definition now stands at an eye-watering of 74.7 in South Africa. This translates itself to poverty, increased number of gender-based violence, hunger, inequality, and growing amount of unemployment. Crime statistics released by Police Minister in November 2020 indicated that South African women and children live in constant fear daily. Women development is central to the development of any society. The late Kofi Annan, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations, once said, and I quote, "Violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation, and it is perhaps the most pervasive. It knows no boundaries of geography, culture, or wealth. As long as it continues, we cannot claim to be making real progress towards equality, development, and peace, close quote. Whilst we are aware of the Gauteng contribution to the GDP, the highest number of youths in Gauteng, the devastating conditions and impact in the economy created by the emergence of COVID-19, the youth, people with disabilities, and women in Gauteng are looking at how Gauteng is responding to the dire need and quest for a better life. The unemployed graduates, the school leavers, those that have dropped out, those that have recently lost their income, those that have been retrenched, and those that have come to this province with a hope for better opportunities. All of them have hopes that this budget and all other departmental budgets in Gauteng will enable them to achieve their dreams. They have hopes that the different programs in this province will be accessible and fit for purpose in whatever corners of these corridors. They have hopes that the mega projects, including the SEZ projects, will open doors for them to gain skills, internships, learnerships, on-the-job practice, transfer of skills, mentoring, and certifications, which will enable them to be marketable. They have hopes that TVETs and universities of technology located next to in these corridors of the SEZ and mega projects will partner with them in different stages to strengthen partnership and address skills shortages. Madam Speaker, their hopes and dreams cannot and will not die in our hands. It is for this reason that we applaud the Office of the Premier for forging partnerships with the private sector in the youth development. SEPA 1 million remains a flagship program that is envisaged to address some of our challenges in youth unemployment and skills development. Amongst the priorities of the Growing Gauteng Together is education, skills revolution, and health and the building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Creating decent employment is necessary to ensure inclusive growth. We need to ensure that the struggle of youth of 1976 is not in vain. By ensuring that the youth are skilled and given opportunities to prosper and excel in all fronts through economic inclusion. Madam Speaker, in 2019, the people of Gauteng elected us to this legislature and entrusted us with the responsibility of putting their interest before anything else. They sent us here as their representatives with the hope that we will find solutions and resolve their challenges. This is a mammoth task at a time when the economy is growing at a snail pace. This task requires leadership, commitment, and dedication to the betterment of the lives of those who have put their trust on us. Therefore, if we are to be of any value to our people as their representatives, and if we are to respond effectively to their needs, one of the most critical elements of our work is to ensure that the government's purse, which is in essence is their money, is used prudently and that not a single cent is lost or unaccounted for. We always have a responsibility to ensure that the budget speaks to the people of this province. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Premier is a custodian of the Gauteng provincial government. How it structures and spends its budget sets a tone for the GPG departments, and it must lead by example. Most importantly, if any government is to be successful in its quest to develop its citizens' integrity management, and ethics should be at the center of its existence. Therefore, eliminating corruption from the public service becomes very crucial, and with the office allocating funds to ethics and anti-corruption and provincial forensic services is a step in the right direction to root out corruption. It is common knowledge that supply chain management is central to government spend, and that often this is where people find loopholes to swindle taxpayers' money to swing taxpayers' money through not following proper processes or colluding with officials. The expanding of vetting and investigations beyond senior officials to focus on supply chain management of officials is a welcome development. That the disclosures of financial interest are 800% is an indication that the Office of the Premier is paying attention to developing a state that is centered on integrity and has the interest of the people. One of the areas that the government often struggles with is the high vacancy rate. We're pleased by the efforts of the Office of the Premier to ensure that vacancies are filled through approving departments, organization structures, and working towards reaching a target of a maximum of 10% vacancy rate in departments. The ANC-led government has worked tirelessly to address the imbalances of the past. While we believe that this budget is in line with the ANC priorities, we're not naive not to know that government works with very limited resources. We therefore urge the office to ensure that every cent is spent wisely and for the purpose it is meant for. We equally urge the Office of the Premier to pay special focus on youth, women, people with disabilities, and military veterans. Research indicates that people with disability are one of the most marginalized and vulnerable groups in many societies, regardless of whether they are rich or poor. This means people with disabilities come from poor background are more vulnerable. Madam Speaker, as I close, we are also pleading to the Office of the Premier that this budget must ensure that the indicated outputs are met. We shall play our role of vigorous oversight through the mechanisms available to us, including this august House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank those who took part in the debate. Just a few response to the debate. One of the things I wasn't able to go through, Madam Speaker, is just the detail of how our infrastructure projects are contributing to the economic reconstruction and recovery. I wasn't able to go through that, but it is something that is pretty important, including the construction of new roads. Some of colleagues here who have not been to Sidibeng for a while have not seen the impact of our program on improving the roads in Mfuleni, which has been a municipality that has been doing not well at all. But that's the provincial infrastructure program. I want to say to Honorable Msimang, I welcome your invitation in response to us saying that we need to work together. I welcome your invitation. You have listened to us articulating what our vision is for this province, growing Gauteng together as a full detailed plan, and then you asking, do you have a dream? And you know what, essentially you are asking a rhetorical question, which you have gone through growing Gauteng together. You know what firstly our higher aspirations are, and translating those into very, very specific, measurable interventions, a measurable set of policies breaking them down into spatial manifestation of those policies. Is the collective of the executive sharing that vision? I believe so, yes. I believe that because this collective is the one that has been at the center of the development of the Gauteng we want, growing Gauteng together. Are officials buying into this vision? As you know, our system of government is that civil servants have to support and implement the policies of the government of the day. That's our system of government, the way our system of government is. That's why people often talk a lot that the public service must be professionalized and significantly be depoliticized to focus on carrying out government policy, so that this is a long-term project. And I must say the President and Minister Mtunu are doing a great job, including through the School of Government, in professionalization and depoliticization of the civil service. So are there weaknesses? Yes, there are substantial weaknesses, department by department. You can hear the colleagues, MECs, when they explain to me in some areas why things take so long to get implemented. And I certainly want to say that I think every leadership of government, when you have been elected to lead, whether it's a municipality or a provincial CEO or a national department, when you are there, your responsibility is just to rally the team that is there. And when you have to participate as regulated by law in the appointment, make sure you also attract the best caliber of people. And now the Public Service Act regulates how in government, in the Republic, senior officials are appointed. You have panels, and this, I want to emphasize, in this province, it has never changed. The way we appoint public servants, yes, we encourage, we advertise, but we encourage people who qualify, whether these are ANC members or are citizens, people who qualify, we encourage them to apply for the officials. We emphasize that the people who are appointed there must be the people who give us the best possibility to implement our policies and to implement the commitments we have made. So there are lots of weaknesses, and this is not just in Gauteng province, because there are also, you have officials who have been there for a while. They have this attitude that if you found us here, you will leave us here. But I also know civil servants who are giving their best, who are really, who work extraordinarily hard to make sure that once they understand this is the program of the administration in the next 5 years, because in our country we elect government every 5 years, what needs to be done? They give it their best. There are people who have built long-term careers in the service, but there are also people who are there just for no good, and that's why you have the sort of problems we have. That's why we have to vet everybody as one of those instruments we use. That's why there should be performance management systems in the public service. That's why it must be clear whether people are there to do the work of saving what Honorable Adams truly saving the people. So you deal with as a matter of course when you are Honorable Msimang, you were the mayor in the city of Tshwane. So you do know what it means to ensure that an administration function. And one thing I don't believe in pages. I don't believe in removing people simply because of their political outlook. It doesn't really matter what political attitude. If people work, get the work done, that should be an important consideration. If they don't have to join the governing party, ANC. They don't have to do that. And whenever Honorable Bloom talks about cadre deployment, he doesn't. Honorable Bloom, you do not believe that in this province of Gauteng, everybody who occupies a position other than the political leadership, I mean the executive authorities, the Premier and the MECs, those are a function of political decisions. The people in the administration are appointed in line with existing laws and regulations on the appointment of civil servants. But I know you believe in something that you even wrote a letter saying that I must give you the minutes of all the meetings of the deployment committee and all the people that the deployment committee has deployed. Other than people who are in political office, like the political office bearers, you are not going to get any name of anyone who is in the civil service in the province, who holds what we call the permanent civil service, who was interviewed for a post and was appointed on anything other than what they presented themselves there. We urge ANC members, we encourage them, and we encourage them to study, we encourage them to be the best they could to join the ranks of the civil service on the basis of their own training and their own capacity, but also their own commitment to serve in the public service. And that when you are in the public service, you are in the public service. You are not a business person. If you want to be a business person, go and be a business person. So Honorable Msimang, I think the point about working together, our vision has been articulated, and you are saying, is it being implemented? I report every state of the province address, and where there are shortcomings, I'm able to acknowledge those shortcomings. The 6th administration, that this is the 2nd year running of the 6th administration. We have very, very specific targets we have set ourselves. We are reviewing that over the past 2 years. If you take everything into account, we lost a big part of the year because of COVID last year. We want implementation. There would be no excuse there. And my colleagues know, my cabinet colleagues know that we take no excuse with regard to the implementation of our program. That's what we committed to the people of our province. How do we get the economy going? And as you were talking, I think you spoke a lot about small business issues. I hope those issues you are raising, you will raise them when we when this House passes the Township Economic Development Act, including something in the Act we have articulated about harassment of the informal businesses by the authorities, because the authorities are using a regime of bylaws that the Township Economic Development Act seeks to basically nullify. The Township Economic Development Act seeks to create a new environment and institutional support for small businesses to thrive, including a significant formalization of informal businesses. So I would like you to bring those ideas in there. And you are raising something quite interesting. Should we always tender even for work that can be done by small businesses in different ways? I would like you to bring this issue also, Honorable Msimang, when we discuss the Township Economic Development Act, and do it consistently, so that you can be able to. The tender process can be very frustrating for cooperatives, for small businesses. I know it with the social development sphere, where lots of programs where the NPOs, the NGOs were doing great work on food related to food security, producing and distributing uniforms. But the current PFMA regime makes it very difficult because they are forced to have to comply like the former. So I welcome this thinking, and I hope you will carry it consistently even in your party. I welcome this system, that some of the PMFA regulations are onerous for small businesses and very frustrating for empowering the local, the small players. And that's why in our provincial government, we keep introducing, for example, we had what's called the Township Economy Procurement Framework. We keep introducing regulatory framework to try and focus on supporting small businesses, and they often clash. Those frameworks often clash with the macro legislation. So I welcome that. It's fresh thinking to hear that from the Democratic Alliance. That's fresh thinking. I think it's something we can deal with. You have raised the issue of the DID cutting the budget on EPWP. I think it's just that the MEC for the department is not being asked to debate today, because the EPWP program is run on the basis of a grant, as far as I know and I remember. It's run on the basis of a grant. Municipalities and provincial departments coordinating EPWP get a grant funding for that. So I'm going to check this. I don't believe that there would be cut of the EPWP funding by the MEC Mutara. I don't believe it, and I'm going to follow up on it. And okay, you raised also a number of issues on COVID-19, Honorable Msimang. The main proposal you're saying is that, but why don't we meet again as we were meeting in the earlier phases? And I did say in the legislature in one of the debates that I don't necessarily have a problem with us continuing to meet as the parties. It's not like we took a decision that it is not useful to do so. So we definitely want to work with all the parties, share with you the information and manage this pandemic together. And it's something that we will go back to. How do we get the economy going? You know, when you are a political leader, it is very tempting to claim something that you really, really know deep down that you didn't work for it. The TASES, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, you say, Honorable Msimang, you say it is the DA government in Tshwane that has made that project happen. And so at best, I will give you a benefit of doubt that this comes out of lack of knowledge, but it can't be that you don't know. You were the mayor of that place. Otherwise, if you were not the mayor, I would simply say you do not know. At worst, it's just political dishonesty, because you know, I spend a lot of time, I still do that, pushing the city of Tshwane under different mayors. The previous mayor who had to leave after, who came in after you, and the current mayor. They will tell you, I sit on their neck. When we get the investors there who are saying the city is not moving on this and that, now you come to this legislature and claim that the reason that investment has happened is the provincial government must not say it is done by, because you say you guys are not doing anything to attract investment. I'm saying you either do not know, and may God forgive you, but you're not likely not to know, because these problems were there, experienced when you were still mayor. I was approached by DTI saying the city is not interested in this project. We have been trying to get them on board. So it can't be that you don't know. And you can ask the current mayor. I was the first person to brief him on the blockages that the city of Tshwane has been putting on the project. And every time we make progress is because I must pick up a call. The people from the DTI and the economic development team would say, Premier, you need to talk to the mayor. Tshwane is not moving. How on earth can you tell such untruths? And as I say, to simply say it is happening, this project is happening. Premier, stop talking about Tshwane Automotive Hub because it is happening. I said to the mayor, we don't mind you claiming that it is you are contributing to it, because every government must do that. It doesn't, yeah, and you know, every party. So Tshwane is contributing to it, but to claim in broad daylight in an honorable house, to claim something that you know was not started by the DA, that the DA administration had to be pulled by its teeth to get this to happen. And it's still being pulled by its teeth, by the way. I'm willing to do that. That's you have to pull, if it's a department of the provincial government that's moving slow, you have to pull them by their teeth. If it's a municipality, you pull them. If they can't see that investment is important, and every time you have to go to them. But in media conferences, they announce that investment must happen. But in reality, they don't move. So it happens in municipalities, it happens in provincial government and national government departments, Honorable Msima. To simply say the DA does not have red tape, I think you either do not know the DA where we have encountered red tape. You either do not know, or you are just doing what typically politicians do, well known for knowing something as it's the truth and saying something else. But I'll give you a benefit of doubt. Maybe in Tshwane, things were happening when you were mayor, then you didn't know them, that things were being blocked there. And if that's the case, then you were not mayor in real terms. But we will work together, Honorable Ismail. Thank you for that support that we must work together. Honorable Mabala, I don't know what you are referring to when you say Anglo Gold is not admitting patients, because I am not a doctor. It's the doctors who make decisions on where to take patients. Those decisions they make, and the department, MEC for Health, MEC Mokgethi, facilitates those processes with the senior officials, senior health officials. So Anglo Gold is admitting patients there as we speak, but what patients go there for what type of treatment are not political decisions. You don't make, those are clinical decisions. And Honorable Bloom, if you're asking the same question, I'm not a clinician. I don't make clinical decisions. Which patients get taken into a facility that provides for what type of services are clinical decisions that should be made. I know that Anglo Gold is not a white elephant. as everybody speaks now, knowing that there are those who, when we put up Bronkhorstspruit and extended the beds there, you, Honorable Bloom, said it's a white elephant. Why is it being put? It may not be you, but it's a member of the DA in Tshwane. But I know he was echoing your views. He said, why do you put Bronkhorst? If you look at the admissions that Bronkhorstspruit had to deal with right now and how it is working in partnership with the hospital, Mamelodi Hospital, otherwise that place would not be having, the people in that area would not be having a service. Anglo Gold, the link, the modeling of what Anglo Gold is going to do, its relationship with the other regional and district hospitals, those other regional hospitals, is a decision made by health professionals. At the moment, it's helping us to deal with the COVID surge, and I think anyone who thinks that it would not help, they don't understand the problems that we are dealing with. Just in the last few days, it has been offloading patients from the other facilities in the West End. That's what the MEC has been reporting. Patients from the different West End hospitals, including Carltonville, were being offloaded onto that. And I'm saying, what kind of patients go there is a function of, those are clinical decisions that I don't want to venture into clinical decisions because to pretend that I am a doctor is to pretend that the DA is the one that made the Tshwane Automotive Hub happen. And that cannot be true. So I'm not a clinician. And the DA did not make the automotive hub happen. That cannot be true. Honorable Mabala, thank you very much for not supporting the budget. I didn't expect otherwise from you. You have never supported the budget, even in the last term. So all you just keep doing is to search for reasons. The issues you are raising on the departments we are dealing with all the time. And that is my job, to pay attention to whether departments are spending the money we give them. Every EXCO meeting we receive expenditure reports, we review that, and we focus on the department that's not spending the money that they're supposed to spend. And the appropriate interventions are made. You raised the issue of e-tolls. I'll end with that together with Honorable Msimang. You're saying that DID is a place where there's racketeering and looting. If you bring evidence, Honorable Mabala, and now you complain that the SIU is running the Gauteng province. So you make allegations, but when you have agencies whose job is to investigate corruption, then you complain. So you say we are not dealing with corruption in DID, which you say there's racketeering. But when we have issues where whistleblowers are saying there's corruption there, and we appoint institutions of state whose responsibility is to investigate, then you complain that the SIU is investigating too many cases. What kind of person are you? You complain that corruption must be dealt with. You make allegations of corruption. We say every allegation, regardless of whatever department, when there are allegations, they must be investigated. And I don't take action before I get reports of investigations. I don't do that. I haven't done that before. I wait for the investigation reports. And even if they say something in the media, but if they have not submitted a report to me and I ask for a report, whether it's on education or on any other matter, if the SIU hasn't submitted a report to me on whose basis I must act, and they say they are still investigating, I am not going to take action when there is nothing before me. But you can't complete. All of you are talking about corruption investigations. What do you do with corruption? When there are allegations of corruption, and you investigate and take action. You investigate and take action. You can't act arbitrarily and otherwise. So I must just act on the basis of what just something that is just in the media. No, Honorable Mabala. The SIU is an institution of state working with others. Some matters are investigated by other institutions of state. And we will continue to use them when there are matters that need to be. And some cases we get in independent forensic investigators. We also get the forensic division in the, which is now in the Premier's office, to work with other agencies of either the state or independent forensic investigators to give the report. So you can take action and recover the money where the money must be recovered. And take disciplinary action where you need to take disciplinary action. So you don't support this budget. Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting you to support it. Honorable Alberts, you're saying that the House, when we said our province is on fire, you're saying it's not because of COVID-19. It's because of the ANC. Essentially, what we are dealing with. I want to respond to you colleagues who think that this is just so the pandemic wave as it is a creation of somebody. And when Honorable Albert says a fire is caused by the ANC, you know, I got a message in the course of this third wave from the Premier of a province called the Western Cape, Premier Wendy. And that message was simple. Premier, I wish you well. I can see what is happening in Gauteng. We have been there before. We hope the province will come out of it. And he said, we have been there before. We have gone through the surge that was completely out of control. We hope the province will come out of it. And now, some of the people who are sitting here tell me, no, you must look at honest people would know. Honest people would know. And Premier Wendy is a very honest man. He knows that when they get hit by a wave, both the first and the second wave, in the way they were hit by both the first and the second wave, and they watch another province being hit by a wave, he knows that it is not politics. He knows it's not politics. He knows that they have gone through difficult time, and they had to deal with this situation where they were they'd run out of beds, the infection was all over. And that's an honest man who is able to stand out of the politics. But you won't get that from Blue. He would want every opportunity to hit the blame, and now joined by Albert, to hit the blame that no, this COVID is this wave is a result of the ANC. And that is unfortunate because it's typical party opportunism. Typical party opportunism. A party that looks at every opportunity to say the situation is in this way. How do we take advantage of that to attack those that are our opponents? It's typical party opportunism. And people who are opportunistic, but they say, no, honestly, we will support you, we will work with you, but it is just for opportunistic purposes. It's extremely dishonest. You cannot be honest in your heart, Honorable Albert, that we are in this situation of the third wave because of the ANC. And that's the fire I'm talking about. You can't honestly say that and believe it. If I was to give you the benefit of doubt that maybe you believe it, I will have to have another conclusion. But I know that you are looking for every opportunity like Bloom to just blame the ANC. Honorable Adams, thank you very much for supporting the decision that we have made, and that we should respond to each of these challenges and place people first. Honorable Bloom welcomes the Charlotte Maxeke issue, and the rest of the issues that you were citing, Honorable Bloom. Honorable Bloom, what you are quoting about the AG's report, do you know that every year, do you know all the AG reports without exception, do you know that every year they say the same thing, that the tone at the top and the culture? Do you know that ever since I became Premier, even at the best of times when we achieved significant better audit outcomes, that the AG's report always say the way to change, improve audit outcomes is that you must set the tone at the top. And do you know that they have said 2 previous AGs, including the very last one before AG Maluleke? Do you know that in those reports they have said, and I know you don't read what they say on the Premier's office because you are not interested. Once we get a clean audit, you are not looking for that. You are looking for where you can blame. Do you know that in each of those reports they've been saying that the Premier sets the tone at the top? It is very ignorant of you to go and pick up on something else, on the things they have identified, and then generalize that and say, because let me assume that you are just you have not read that this is a consistent thing they have been saying, that we are setting the tone at the top to improve audit outcomes, including where there's regression, that they have been saying, at least we are able to show what action we are taking. That's what set the tone at the top. So if you thought you found something in the AG's report that's really is dramatically revealing, again, I would say, I think we need an honest man. If you were an honest man like Premier Alan Winde, you wouldn't try and do this and use this section and they want to generalize it, because that's what they say every year. And that's what they have always said, that you are setting the tone at the top. I say 2 AGs before, the late AG Makwetu and the AG Mbembe have said the same. I have met with the current AG. She has been the deputy AG. She has said the same. She has said precisely the same, that at least we know in Gauteng Premier, you are setting the tone at the top. You may not be getting, you may be getting regressions in your audit outcome. So what do you think you have discovered? Something that really is bad about what you thought is an opportunity. It's an unfortunate discovery that it has been said, and it has been said about us as a positive thing. And many MECs who have made improvements in audit outcomes will tell you that's what the AG will say. So departments where they've been turned around, the AG will come there and say that we can see that these results are this is an outcome that is resulting from setting the tone at the top. That's all it means, Honorable Bloom. Any other thing that you thought you discovered? You have been in this legislature for long. I don't believe you don't know it. You're just trying to think you can find something that. So you've raised issues about NASREC, those issues raised by and you also know correctly that there are issues that the SIU is investigating, whether it's on procurement process of Anglo Gold on NASREC. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to jump to deal with matters that have not been finalized by any investigating body. But when those matters are finalized, we take action. And that's really what we do. Each one of them without exception. Each one of them without exception. But I won't act on something when I don't have the SIU report, or a body that is investigating is still busy with that. To do so will be to act arbitrarily. Honorable Ngube, thank you very much for your support for for the budget. You are a member of OCPOL, together with the chair of OCPOL, who always and several members, regardless of which party, who always contribute constructively. Colleagues, I want to conclude by saying that our province has to respond to this surge in the best possible way we can. And it happens everywhere. When people face difficult moments, it's very easy to attribute blame. I want to focus on pulling our province together, pulling various sectors, pulling the collective in government together, pulling various parties that want to work with us, civil society, to get Gauteng to get over this, third wave surge. And then we can say we have peaked. To do that requires a lot of decisive and also decisive leadership, but also consideration of what are others saying. What are the other voices saying? We can't move only with one voice. But thank you, all of you, for the support on the action we have taken on Charlotte Maxeke. This provincial government is going to continue with the program for transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization to grow Gauteng together. And those who want to join us in doing this, we welcome you. And those who are looking for time when we trip, when things don't go well, I think make a career out of that. And that's often the pettiest of politicians. In other words, people who are no better human beings, who got into politics and it may turn them into the West. The pettiest of politicians sit there and laugh. They can't find any better thing to do. When a country, a province is going through this difficult, they sit there and laugh and say, yeah, we know who to blame. That's the pettiest of a politician. And politics doesn't have to mean that. Politics doesn't have to change someone to be a good human being. Politics must actually be about people who really can feel the pinch, the pain, and who can use the positions, whether as legislators or as people in the executive, who can use the positions that they are allocated to really make a difference. And those of you who want to make a difference, let's join hands together, regardless of whichever party. If you want to be petty, be a petty politician, small-hearted, small-minded, small-hearted, and mean. If that's what you want to be, I tell you, you will live a terrible life. Being mean, petty, always looking at attacking people, you can never come into something positively. It's a mean life. I don't want to be next to you. I don't want to be in your environment. A mean, petty politician who is always looking for an opportunity to blame, heap blame, and has no positive contribution is a sorry life. It's a sorry sight. It's a sorry life. Thank you very much.
That concludes the debate, the speeches on the colleagues, please. That concludes the debate. Can we ask the secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Decision on the separate vote in the schedule to the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. I will first put the question on the votes on which there has been unanimous support, which is vote 2. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Vote 2 is supported by the House. I will now put the question on the following votes that do not have unanimous support, and parties should feel free after the question is put to make a declaration in terms of Rule 106, subsection 1, But I'm also aware that there has been members who said they're not going to be putting any declarations. I want to start with vote 1, the office of the Premier. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All those not say no.
No.
No. No.
I now put the yes service. Vote 1 is by the House. I now put vote 3, economic development. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no.
No.
The yes service, vote 3 is adopted by the House. I now put a question on
not adopted.
Department of Health. I now put a question on vote 4, Department of Health. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say
No.
No.
Bloom, you wanted to do a declaration?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The DA is not supporting budget vote 4 as it is likely to be spent inefficiently and ineffectively instead of providing the best health services for people in our province. Year after year, the Auditor General identifies manifold failures, but the financial mismanagement continues. This past year has seen massive corruption in the purchase of PPE and extremely wasteful spending on extra hospital beds for the COVID-19 pandemics. Many of these beds were in the wrong places, not completed on time, or not properly staffed and equipped. It seems that none of our hospitals are fully compliant with occupational health and safety legislation, and we have been devastated by the closure of the Charlotte Claycare Johannesburg hospitals. Unfortunately, we are now reaping the whirlwind as our hospitals struggle to cope with the third wave of COVID-19 cases. Public sector health is a difficult field. The Western Cape shows that a clean audit report is possible. It just needs decent management and political will, not endless promises of a turnaround that never happens. Thank you.
Okay, can you now go to vote 5? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no.
No.
The yes have it. Vote 5 is adopted by the House. Can we go to vote 6, development? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say no. Honorable Dlamini wanted to do a declaration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier and members of the Executive. Yes, the IF, as much as we support the budget, but we want to register our dissatisfaction and discuss at how the Department of Human Settlement is treating the residents of the hostels in the inner city that it owns. It's almost 3 months now. There's no maintenance there. There's nothing. People are living like pigs. Therefore, I want to register this to say the MAC must really do something urgently about the life of those people because they're in danger. Thank you.
We now go to vote 7, cooperative government and traditional affairs. All those in favor say yes. The yes have it. Vote 7 is adopted by the House. We now go to vote 8, human settlement. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. Vote Vote 9, roads and transport. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no.
No.
The yes have it. Vote is adopted by the House. We now go to vote 10, community safety. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those in favor say no.
No.
Vote 10 no. We now go to 11, agriculture and rural development. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no.
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 11 is adopted by the House. We now go to vote 12, sports, arts, culture and recreation. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. Supported by the House. Vote 13, e-government. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. Vote 13 is adopted by the House. We now go to vote 14, Gauteng Treasury. All those in favor say yes. All those in favor say no. Vote 14 is adopted by the House. We now go to vote 15, infrastructure development. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Vote 15 is adopted by the House. Can we ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Decision on the schedule
Colleagues, please.
Yes.
Colleagues, please.
Yes.
Mute yourself. We don't want to hear private conversations. Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021. Thank you.
I now put the question in terms of Rule 223, subsection 6 on the schedule of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. The yes have it. The schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 is adopted by the House. Can we ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Motion in terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, Paragraph A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021. Thank you.
I now call upon MEC Nkomorale Huku to move for the adoption of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, the member of the Executive Council for Finance, Honorable Nomantu Nkomorale Huku, table the following motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 1172A, read, and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, that this House adopts the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G001 2021 for the financial year 2020-2021-2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I now call for a seconder for the motion for the adoption of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001
I second,
of
Speaker.
I second,
Honorable PC.
Malema.
In terms of Rule 223, subsection 1, the question on the adoption of a money bill shall be determined by a roll call. I now call on the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bells for 2 minutes as agreed to in terms of Rule 109. Colleagues, we don't want to hear your private conversations.
It's chair of
Honorable
chairs.
Katene.
Colleagues, can we all be
Chair of
quiet?
chairs,
Let's allow the ringing of the bell. Thank you, colleagues. We're now going to resume with our voting process. What we are going to be doing, because I'm aware that other members already, I have a member who sent me a message that he's been kicked out in the event we call his name. He has indicated his support. Like we have agreed, the whips will therefore assist in that regard. So we know which members have submitted apologies that are not in the House, and we also know who is in the House in terms of the register that has been circulated. When we call your name, if you support the appropriation bill, you say yes. If you're not in support, you say no. And I will request colleagues that only a member whose name has been called should actually comment. And I will take it again that members do understand the rules for voting. And you can't say two things. You can't say no and say yes, or say yes and no. That will be a spoiled ballot. You either say yes if you support, and you say no when you are not in support. I'm now going to call upon the secretary to read the names. Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll start with row number 1 in terms of our sitting arrangement that we have in the chamber. MD Makura.
Yes.
A. Lusufi.
Yes.
M.E. Kumalo.
Yes.
Dr. N.E. Mukheti.
Yes.
N. Nkomora Lehoko.
Yes.
L.I. Maile.
Yes.
P.J. Mamabolo. P.J. Mamabolo. S.T. Msimanga. S.T. Msimanga. M.S. Moriarty.
No.
J.B. Bloom.
No.
I.E. Mkwebo.
No.
A.D.W. Albert.
No.
Bishop D.K. Adams.
Yes.
B.W. Dlamini.
Yes.
N.M. Mhlagaza Manamela.
Yes.
A.W.M.K. Musupte.
Yes.
M.D. Shope.
Yes.
Dr. B.E.W. Masuku. Dr. B.W. Masuku. N.F. Mazibuko.
Yebo.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
E.S. Malubane.
Yebo.
M.J. Kanyane.
Yes.
Mama Bulo.
Mama Bulo, yes.
Hey, you're late. T.E. Magagula.
Yes.
P.B. Ngube.
Ngiyavuma.
B.A. Engelbrecht.
No.
A.J. Fuchs. A.J. Fuchs. R. Seke.
No.
L.L. More. L.L. More. N. Ramlifo. No. B.F. Badenost.
No.
K. Dong.
Sorry, man. I'm stuck at the system. No. No.
R. B. Mnisi.
Excuse me.
R. B. Mnisi.
Honorable Engelbrecht, can you switch off your phone, please? Can you switch off your mic, Honorable Engelbrecht?
M.F. Ledwaba.
No. No.
C.W. Mabala.
No.
M.G. Mdise.
Yes.
G.D. Skinman.
Yes.
W.M. Macheke. W.M. Macheke.
Yes.
J. Mpisi.
Yes.
M.P.F. Tau.
Yes.
M.K. Chilwane. M.K. Chilwane. R.J. Kekana.
Yes.
P.B. Mabunda.
Yes.
K.P. Diale. K.P. Diale. D.P. Malema.
Yes, yes.
D.C. Ledwaba.
Yes.
F. Hassan.
Yes.
W.D. Peach.
No.
A.M. Randall.
No.
S.M. Ghana.
No.
E.P.W.C.
No.
A.W. Celia.
No.
F.P. Nell.
No.
J.J. Hoffman.
Yeah.
A. Dilange. A. Dilange. K. C. Mazwi. K. C. Mazwi. M. R. Mufoma.
No.
A. G. Chitangano.
No.
N. D. Kadebe.
Oh, no.
M. S. Koma.
No, Bagan, Arnyad.
Dr. M. R. Paladi Dikhamela.
Yes.
T. Ndlovu.
Yes.
B. E. Letswalo. B. E. Letswalo. S. Kanyile.
Yes.
L. J. Lasindo.
Yes.
L. E. Makubela. L. E. Makubela.
Makubela is one who sent the message earlier, and he's voting yes. He was kicked out.
A. Ndlovana.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Giovanna.
M. H. Serota.
Yes.
No.
M. S. Shabalala.
No.
M. S. Shackleton.
Not today, Chair.
C. Bosch.
No.
S. J. P. Dos Santos.
No.
N. M. Dijaker.
No.
Thank you. I think that is all from our list.
Honorable Masuku, yes.
Madam Speaker, Ezra was also having a connection problem, and it's just
I have
Chief Whip, Speaker, I had problems with connectivity. Jacob Mamabolo.
No, we heard you, Mamabulo, and there's Honorable Msimango again. Msimango.
Did you record myself, Madam Speaker? Dr. Masuku, Honorable Masuku.
Yes, I recorded you.
Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
should also record Ms. Diale. I just spoke to her. You know she is sick.
Yeah.
So I spoke to her now. She will send a message to you.
Okay. Solo, yes. Okay. No comment, no communication from Dilange and Mazwi. And I know Dilange was in the
You're muted, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, I was saying Honorable Dilange was in a meeting earlier, but I did not get any feedback from her. Then there's Honorable
I'm
Mazwi.
struggling with my mic. I voted. I'm not so well.
It's all we have your message. You send your message. Don't talk now. I'm talking now. The only two people that did not respond is Honorable Dilange, but I know that she was in a meeting earlier on. I don't know what is happening. Then there's Honorable Mazwi, who was
I'm
not
here, Speaker, but they muted me. I'm here, Speaker. Since this morning.
Mazwi. We must send a message because there's no message and there's no one who's muting you. It's not possible now. Okay. Okay, we're going to count and give feedback. Thank you.
No, Speaker. Hello, Speaker.
Uyadisturba bayakhawunta.
Hayi man, akuleli wena man. Oh.
Ke man.
No, mara wausa tlhomphe
Sompa kitinki. Sompa
never urate.
why would tell us so nyani
I will tell you who's
man, you must respect.
Thulani bayakhawunta, Thulani nani. Thulani nani.
No, kumele hloniphe. Does not mean ukuthi kuya kwi-EFF kumele udele.
Thulani.
Joe. Not from you.
You must talk to Mazwi. It's wrong. I said, believe Beverly. Talk to the young man.
MP sophuzeka man. Hayibo.
Young man oguge ngaphakathi.
Imutile. Ivatsekela kwa. Forma changia Mike.
Mara King Sol. Oh, Chief.
Colleagues, I now have the following results. Not voted.
Honorable DLF joining. Honorable DLF joining, Speaker.
Colleagues, I indicated who has sent a message and who has not sent a message. There's no need that you must speak now. I have all the messages. Not voted 1. Apologies 3. Then it means 4 people have not voted because those that have submitted apologies did not vote. And I'm sure we read the apologies earlier on. The no's 30, the yes 38.
Allah.
Therefore, The House has adopted the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2021 as per the requirements. Thank you very much.
It's Finance Committee.
I'm now going to hand over to the Deputy Speaker to chair the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Rules Committee report on Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004 of 2021. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker Mekwe, kindly present your report, please.
Thank you very much. On the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004 of 2021. The Rules Committee seeks to introduce the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill 2021 and have it passed by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and the bill was referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and reporting. The bill seeks to repeal the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act No. 3 of 2007 and provides for the winding up of the political party fund established in terms of that act, transitional arrangements and matters connected thereto. The process that was followed is that the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill was referred in terms of Rule 198 read with Rule 200 subsection 3 of the Standing Rules to the Rules Committee on the 1st of June 2021 for information and planning, and on the 7th of June for consideration and reporting. On Friday, the 11th of June, a special committee meeting was convened to consider the presentation of on the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill of 2021. After deliberation, the committee decided to accept the support the bill as presented and that a meeting be conducted with stakeholders for consultation. On the 22nd of June, the committee received a legal opinion and the socio-economic analysis on the bill and matters raised by stakeholders. And I need to indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the stakeholders that we interacted with actually supported the bill. The principle of the bill, it seeks to, the bill seeks to repeal the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 3 of 2007 and provides for the winding up, as I have alluded to. And in terms of the background, the competency to enact legislation concerning the funding of political parties in South Africa falls within the purview of the national legislation. This is evident from Section 236 of the Constitution, which provides that to enhance the multi-party democracy, the national legislation must provide for the funding of political parties participating in national and provincial legislatures on an equitable and proportional representation. The national legislation envisaged in Section 236 initially came in the form of the Public Funding of Represented Political Parties Act 1997. That act has subsequently been repealed by the Political Party Funding Act 6 of 2018, which came into effect recently on the 1st of April 2021. In 2007, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature enacted the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 3 of 2007. This act sought, amongst other things, to provide funding to political parties participating in the legislature. I think I've indicated the misgivings on the constitutionality of this act. I'm not going to cover that part. I'm sure colleagues will take that part as read. And it is therefore against this background that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature seeks to repeal the Gauteng Political Party Funding Act 3 of 2007 through the introduction of this particular repeal bill. Details of the bill: Clause 1, it seeks to provide for the repeal of the Gauteng Political Party Funding Act, and the effect of this provision is to remove the Gauteng Political Party the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 2007 from the statute books and give effect to the latest constitutional and legislative developments. As outlined above, political party funding is now largely governed by the Political Party Party Funding Act of 2006, Political Party Funding Act 6 of 2018. So 2, this law makes provision for the winding up of the political party fund established in terms of Section 2 of that Act in repeal. It further transfers and vests all the assets, liabilities, rights, duties, and obligations to the GPL, including any unspent portion of any funds accrued to or received by the disestablished political party fund, and makes the GPL the successor-in-law of this disestablished fund. 3 seeks to regulate the transitional arrangements after repeal comes into effect. It makes provision for what will happen to unspent portions of the funds, like I've alluded to, and it also further requires all political parties which received funding in terms of the Repeal Act submit audited account statements and report of the auditor to the Secretary of the Legislature on any unspent portion of the allocation. This submission must be done within 3 months of the end of the 2020-2021 financial year. Lastly, it gives the Secretary to the Legislature the power to institute civil proceedings to recover funds that were spent for activities mentioned under Section 5 sub 7 of the Repealed Act, or set off the amount irregularly spent against any allocation that may become payable to that party. Clause 4 contains the short title, and I think this is merely called the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Act 2021, of which I think in terms of the number, it will come at a later stage. In terms of the implications, I think I'm not going to read that part because I know that members will be able to read in their own time, but the implications really cover the issue of the financial implications, the legal implication, and the socio-economic implications as received in the socio-economic analysis. The committee position, the Rules Committee supports the principle and in detail of the Gauteng Political Party Repeal Bill 2021 with no amendments. With recommendations that the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill 2021 is aligned to both the constitutional and national legislative framework. The committee hereby recommends the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill 21 for adoption. I wish to thank all those honorable members, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Hlagaza Manamela, Honorable Khumalo, Honorable Makakula, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Nel, Honorable Randall, Honorable Koma, Honorable Dwaba, Honorable Tilang, Honorable Adams, and Honorable Zamini. The committee would further like to thank the following support staff for their dedication: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Vas, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Sinuku, Committee Administrator, Mr. Lamula, Researcher, Mr. Butelezi, Proceedings Unit Manager, Mr. Chilwane, NCOP and Legal Unit Manager, Mr. Mnube, Hansard Recorder, Ms. Minyuku, and the Service Officer, Trimba. In accordance with Rule 162, 163, 164, and 201 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Rules Committee adopted the report on the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have a seconder?
I rise to second
Deputy Madam Speaker.
Speaker, Member Adams.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Speaker, yes. Deputy Speaker.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. Thank you. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Consideration of the principle of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004 of 2021. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Mehwe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill 2021. The bill provides for the repeal of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 3 of 2007 and provide for matters connected to. I think I've already indicated in the above presentation, Honorable Deputy Speaker, where we cover the repeal of the Act, the winding up of Political Party Fund, established in terms of the repealed Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 3 of 2007, but also the issue Clause 3 in terms of the transitional arrangements. I'm not going to cover all those areas. I will take them as read. The issue of the short title, which is called now the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Act of 2021. I think, honorable members, I've covered most of the issues. Can I take that all the matters that I've indicated or as written, can I take them as read, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. In line with Rule 204, read together with Rule 208, there will be no decision at the conclusion of this consideration of the principle. Thank you. Secretary, please read the 8th order.
Consideration of the detail of each clause of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004 of 2021. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The chairperson, being the speaker, has opted for the consideration of all the clauses without the presiding officer having to call for each clause. I now call the chairperson to read and put all the clauses of the bill for consideration by the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I will now read it law by law. Clause 1. This clause seeks to provide for the repeal of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Act number 3 of 2007. Clause 2 provides for the winding up of the Political Party Fund established in terms of repealed Gauteng Political Party Fund Act 3 of 2007 and the consequences thereof. Clause 3 makes provision for the transitional arrangements. Clause 4 contains the short title. It merely states that this act is called the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Act 2021, and I've indicated that the number will come at a later stage. And I've indicated that the financial
Speaker.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker.
We didn't get the last part of the clause.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Clause 4 contains the short title, which may state that this act is called the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Act of 2021, and I've indicated that the number will come at a later stage.
Okay, thank you.
Then the financial implications will also be determined, and the implications on political parties. Those developments outlined above have considerable implications on the funding of political parties within the legislature and on the questions of whether the legislature can still provide some form of financial and administrative support to represented political parties. Section 23 sub 1 of Act 6 of 2018, as well as Section 116 sub 2 of the Constitution are instructive and are relevant. Pursuant to Section 116 sub 2 of the Constitution and Section 23 sub 1 of Act 6 of 2018, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature will develop a regulatory framework to provide financial and administrative support to represented political parties and amend its standing rules. The regulatory framework will factor in accountability mechanisms envisaged in Section 23 of Act 6 of 2018. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Is there a seconder?
Second, that's Papa.
Thank you, Chairpersons. I now put the question. All those in favor say yay.
Yes.
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 Yes. Those who are not in favor say
Yes.
yay. Those who are not in favor say nay, say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much. Secretary, please read the 9th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Decision on the detail of each clause of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004/2021. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. As per Rule 205.4, indicates as follows. The question on each clause of a bill must be put and determined in the same order in which the clauses were considered. I now put the question on each clause, and members are required to vote yes or no in response to my question. I now put the question on clause 1. All those in favor say yes, and all those in favor say yes, please.
Yes. Yes, Deputy Speaker, yes.
Thank you. Those who say no, please. Those who object.
Yes.
Okay. The yes have it. And now put the question on clause 2. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Those who are not in favor say no. Yes have it. I now put the question on clause 3. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. Thank you. The yes have it. I now put the question on clause 4. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. Thank you. The yes have it. Thank you. Let's proceed as secretary to the next order.
Motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, paragraph A, read with Rule 205 and 215 on the adoption of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004-2021. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks. I now call the Chairperson Mekwe to move for the adoption of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004-2021.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I, the Chairperson of the Rules Committee, Honorable L.H. Mekwe, table the following motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 1, sub 2A, read with 205 and 215, and we recommend that this House adopts the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill G004 of 2021. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call for the seconder to the motion for the adoption of the Gauteng Political Party Fund Repeal Bill. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Madams.
Thank you. Those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. This was done in terms of the Rule 2155 that the legislature passes a bill by agreeing to the motion for its adoption. So the motion is adopted. Thank you. The yes have it. The bill is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
The last order of the day, motion on genocide committed by apartheid Israel against people of Palestine in terms of Rule 124. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Honorable Hassan to open the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I, Honorable F. Hassan from the ANC, table the following motion in terms of Rule 124 on the genocide committed by apartheid Israel against the people of Palestine. Noting that, number one, this year, 2021, marks the 73rd anniversary of the Nakba in Palestine. Number two, the Nakba is observed on May 15th every year since 1948, when Zionist militias invaded Palestine and expelled tens of thousands of people from their homes and land. Millions of Palestinians, including those displaced with the establishment of Israel, now found themselves having to live under military occupation, as well as further Israeli expansionism in their lands. To this day, colonization, dispossession remain ongoing processes where Palestinians continue to endure land theft encroachments on their basic human rights. The United Nations in its 2017 Middle East Watch report has unequivocally stated that Israel has established an apartheid regime that oppresses and dominates the people of Palestine as a whole. Peace-loving people around the globe, including South African Jews for a Free Palestine and Jews for Palestine, denounce the brutal, racist, ethnic atrocities meted out by the apartheid Israeli regime on the people of Palestine. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature has always and will always oppose racism and apartheid in all of its forms, wherever such injustice may exist. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature is a platform of the people of South Africa who have witnessed and lived through the horrors of apartheid in this country, and are similarly vehemently opposed to seeing anybody having to go through the same, if not worse, atrocities. The African National Congress has consistently and fully supported the Palestinian cause and has similarly consistently opposed the brutal regime of Israel. Now that we as South Africans have realized our freedom, the ANC will never forget those who have supported the cause of liberation all along, especially those whose freedom still evades them to this day, those who are still fighting for such freedom. The ANC will never forget nor abandon its Palestinian friends, brothers, sisters, and supporters. Deputy Speaker, can someone mute, please? The ANC will never also abandon the fight against apartheid, genocide, racism, ethnicity, and oppression wherever it may exist. However, much more still needs to be done with respect to the liberation of the people of Palestine on all levels, politically, administratively, and within civil society. The position to align with the Palestinian cause now needs to become stronger and move beyond slogans and chants towards more tangible, decisive actions. Believing that, the ANC reaffirms its continuous support for the people of Palestine and their struggle for freedom and self-determination. Number two, the ANC condemns in the strongest terms the unlawful evictions of Palestinians from their homes and the brutal attacks on the Palestinian protesters at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In spite of progress made on raising the issues of the Palestinian cause and condemnation of Israeli apartheid, much more still needs to be done. There is a strong call for government and civil society at all levels to take strong action and decisive steps to oppose the atrocities of apartheid Israel and promote justice for the Palestinian cause. And lastly, that the matter related to the genocide atrocities carried out by apartheid Israel is a matter of local and global public importance. We therefore resolve, number one, that the House most urgently debate progress made by South Africans in various capacities to ensure the return of land, homes, and tenure usurped from the Palestinian people by the apartheid Israeli regime. Number two, further commitments by South African civil society to galvanize support for justice and freedom in Palestine. Key decisive actions by government to strongly oppose the apartheid Israeli regime and all of its atrocities. Number four, strong calls from government to the international community for the return of East Jerusalem to the people of Palestine and the establishment thereof of the capital. And lastly, strong calls to the government of South Africa to sanction and sever all diplomatic ties with apartheid Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. Honorable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak on this.
Yeah, Hassan. Yeah. Well done. Hassan.
Order.
Thank you. I speak on this motion today, not just as a proud member of this legislature, not just as a proud DA member, but as a proud Muslim. It is through our history that as South Africans, we can assist to find peace in the Middle East. It is through our history of reconciliation we can facilitate that Palestine and Israel find peace and harmony living side by side. The Palestine-Israel conflict has resulted in so many innocent lives lost. For those who have managed to escape death, their homes and communities have been destroyed, often leaving them with literally only the clothes on their back. The inability of the world to acknowledge the full history and truth of this conflict ends up perpetuating the violence, further dooming Palestinians and Israelis to destruction of their homes and lives. Today, I would like to state categorically what is the position of the DA. It may not be what everyone wants to hear from both sides of the political and ideological spectrum. It may not be the language that some people wish to hear. And I know all too well that people are on standby, ready to spread lies and propaganda of what is debated today. What shocks me more is how people simply spread information without first verifying it. But because it is anti-DA, it is automatically considered haq or truth. Madam Deputy Speaker, through all this propaganda and lies, our position has remained unchanged, and unlike the ANC, we do not say or do things that contradict ourselves. Madam Deputy Speaker, the DA stands firm on a two-state solution with a shared capital of Jerusalem, the same stance as the ANC national government. Madam Deputy Speaker, on more than one occasion, we have condemned the violence of killings of Palestinians at the hands of Israeli forces. We have condemned all violence from both sides. We call for Israel to end its occupation of all Palestinian territories based on the 1967 borders. Israel must withdraw its settlements from the illegally occupied West Bank, and Israel must end any siege and blockade of Gaza. Israel must desist from any future airstrikes into the densely populated city of Gaza, but at the same time, Hamas and all Palestinians must accept Israel's right to exist and must desist from any future rocket attacks into Israeli territories. We as the DA believe that by keeping communication channels open, it will be the most effective way for South Africa to play a mediator role in bringing about peace, reconciliation, and a two-state solution. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem with the motion as it stands is that it lies. It talks about the ANC and its support for Palestine and opposition to Israel, but yet this is just a smokescreen to fool voters. The ANC and some other parties love to use the Palestinian issue as a wedge to garner votes. If there wasn't any violence that took place this year, the ANC propaganda machine would still be hard at work spreading the same lies because it is an election year. But why does this happen?
losing it now.
Because it gets turned people's attention away from the theft, corruption, and maladministration of the ANC, and rather focus their attention to an emotional issue of the Middle East. 2/3. But let me tell you why this motion lies. The ANC is effectively petitioning themselves to implement something that the very ANC could have already implemented a year. According to the ANC South African government, Israeli citizens not be protected. ANC South African government, Israeli citizens do not need a visa to visit South Africa. However, Palestinian citizens require a visa to visit South Africa. Mehdi Hasan, the water cannons used by SAPS to control FISMA's for protesters are made by an Israeli company that provides using occupied Palestinian territories. South Africa's veteran anti-arms deal campaigner Terry Crawford Brown wrote in from Israel since 2000 have been radar systems and aircraft planes, riot vehicles, and cybersecurity services. The semi-automatic G3 rifles used by SAPS in the 2012 Marikana massacre were manufactured by Denel under license from Israel. According to the Israeli Trade Mission to South Africa imports 3.4 billion rand worth of Israeli goods and services each year. Let us not forget former ANC ambassador to Israel, Caesar Ngomane, who defended the invasion of Gaza to 2014. He was not recalled nor disciplined. And let us not forget that he quietly returned to his post after the MC downgrade a few months later. Madam Deputy Speaker, my heart bleeds for the people of Palestine, more so as a Muslim.
Your time is up.
Order. My heart equally bleeds for those persecuted in Yemen, Afghanistan, Mali, the Rohingyas, and the estimated 1.5 million Muslim Uyghurs in prison in China. Where's the uproar for these injustices? Madam Deputy Speaker, we as the DA call for both Palestinians and Israelis to come together and bring peace to the Middle East and end this conflict. If South Africans were able to come together after 40+ years of racial oppression to iron out a peace deal and new democracy, Palestinians and Israelis have the power to do the same and live in peace together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
We never supported since 1994. You can't support the
Honorable Albert.
Don't be you must just be on the list to debate rather than interfering when others are speaking.
Order. Honorable Albert, please.
Maybe you should concern yourself more about corruption.
Is that Albert? Can Honorable Albert come in?
Member please have order.
Member Albert is not available. Okay, let's move on. Member Chitangano.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, good afternoon. Honorable members. My father said and taught me that hatred and violence, no matter from which quarters it comes, are like a bucket of stinky garbage on someone's head. If you return hatred with hatred, it's like taking another bucket of that same stinky garbage and putting it on your own head. I was raised with this determination. Get your hands dirty for peace. As a preacher, I hear my Savior Jesus says, build a human society for human beings. Otherwise, others will torture and murder the poor, the voiceless, and the powerless. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only way to achieve true and sustainable peace is through negotiations. An attempt to force a one-sided solution through international pressure is counterproductive and will not resolve the conflict in Palestine and Israel and the Middle East. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP calls on the Israeli and Palestinian leadership to continue negotiating without preconditions so that a genuine and lasting resolution can be found for the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop. Honorable Chitangano. Are you ready?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF is a radical leftist, anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist movement with an internationalist outlook, supports the struggle of the people of Palestine against the racist, the fascist, and the Zionist apartheid state of Israel. The EFF has for many years rejected the continued aggression and inflicting of pain by the Zionist state of Israel against the people of Palestine. We would like to reiterate our call to led government to close the Israel embassy on our South African soil and to remove our embassy from Tel Aviv. We need to send a strong message to this apartheid Israel that we are not friends with people who derive pleasure out of pain of other people. The time is now for South African government, African states, and all member states of the United Nations to show their displeasure against the Israeli government. These governments must recall their diplomats and deport all Israel government representatives back to Tel Aviv. Deputy Speaker, Israel has all the obligation to respect, uphold, and promote international human rights law of the 1949 Geneva Convention on occupied territories and numerous decisions and resolutions of both the United Nations General Assembly and Security Council. We have been reiterating as EFF the United Nations Resolution 2334 to demand that Israel immediately and completely cease all settlement activities in the occupied Palestine territories, including the East Jerusalem, and that it fully respect all of its legal obligations in this regard. EFF equally call on the ANC government not to play a lip service regarding the plight of the people of Palestine. They must join the call made by the EFF to boycott Israel products and to call on the AU and other international bodies to disinvest from this apartheid Zionist murderous regime of Israel. Down with the racist Zionist state of Israel, down. Forward with the struggle of Palestine.
Down.
Honorable Diaga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've had the experience of both living in Egypt and Jordan, where I also got to spend a lot of time traveling around Israel and Palestine as a member of the South African Diplomatic Service under the late Ambassador De Bruyn and his wife, former Deputy Speaker Sophia Williams De Bruyn. The people of Israel have the right to live in peace and security, while the people of Palestine have the right to a statehood in an independent country alongside Israel. Many Israelis and Palestinians only wish for a peaceful life in the region, where their lives are no longer disturbed by destructive, violent conflict within their neighborhoods and communities. I do not base my inputs on personal fixed ideas or a choice to listen to one view that supports my view, but the hard facts of what I saw and experienced in the region. The DA remains to a two-state solution in line with the UN resolution of 1967. I did a little research on the latest conflict that started in Sheikh Jarrah, the Palestinian neighborhood in East Jerusalem, where the latest conflict originated. Sheikh Jarrah was established in 1948 when Jordan gave the land to Palestinian refugees who had fled their homes in what was then the new state of Israel. But after Jordan lost the territory in the 1967 Six-Day War, settler groups launched legal campaigns to claim the area, arguing that it was Jewish property. While we push for a two-state solution, we can't ignore the Israel's excesses and violations of international law, the occupation and seizing of land and property, the encroaching of settlements, or turning a blind eye to settlers and soldiers' brazen behavior. At the same time, No soldier or freedom fighter should ever be allowed to use a woman or a child as a shield to advance their own political ideology. Life in Gaza is hell. And while the South African people have the experience and expertise in conflict resolution that the parties could draw on, if we still have much standing internationally, we could offer that skill without fixed preconceived ideas of who is right and who is wrong. As a legislature, we should appeal to those nations and entities that have influence on the two sides to act with urgency and to restart the negotiation. We should recognize that it is difficult, but the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians has reverberations around the world. As a country with our violent and oppressive past, we need to set the example for the world once again, that peace is possible and achievable, where this can be realized by us continuing to advocate for the two-state solution that will see Israeli and Palestinian civilians finally living in peace with their neighbors. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Albert.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It is very ironic that the ANC submitted this matter for debate, given that the ANC government is itself in dereliction of its own international and national human rights duties. The ANC supports Hamas that openly preaches genocide of the Jewish people. The ANC is ironically quiet about this plan to commit genocide and aligns themselves with anti-Semitism. The ANC protected and assisted the escape of Omar al-Bashir, a man accused by the ICC of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. The ANC has declared war in all sectors of life against minorities by denying them access to economic life, actively destroying their mother tongue education, disarming them, controlling their religious life, and actively demonizing them. This ironically aligns with the ICC's elements of the crimes of apartheid. The ANC has no legitimacy to act as a steward in a Middle East peace process. Thank you.
They are not honest.
Apartheid worshipper.
Thank you.
1 minute lie.
Honorable Greg Kienma.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion before the House today gives an indication of the seriousness which the ANC places on the situation in the Middle East, which is affecting the Palestinian people. Over the recent weeks, the ANC has affirmed its position as allies of the Palestinian resistance. The ANC has led public protests against actions which are being taken by the Israeli government and the relative non-action by the United States government, who continues to protect the oppressor, including holding various virtual panel discussions. What has been alarming is the deafening silence of some opposition parties, which is disappointing to say the least. The situation affecting the Palestinian people warrants that all political parties condemn the strong armed tactics of the Israeli regime. We need to make it clear. The ANC has no issue with those belonging to the Jewish faith. We are not attacking religious beliefs or views. The fight for Palestinian self-determination is a human rights issue. In fact, there were many Jewish people in South Africa who took part in the struggle for the freedom of our people, including those who joined the ANC. Even now, as stated in the motion, we work with South African Jews for a free Palestine and other progressive Jewish organizations. What the ANC is extremely concerned about and condemns in the strongest terms is the brutal force being used against the Palestinian people and the human rights abuses taking place. Over the past few weeks, we have seen solidarity across nations as people came together to join the voices of peace in both Palestine and Israel. The pressure brought by millions of people across the world has played an important role in bringing to light the atrocities being committed, but also illustrating that the world will no longer turn a blind eye. Even now, while apartheid Israel has agreed to a ceasefire, they have continued to attack Gaza in recent days. The shocking images and videos beamed across the world are a daily reality for the oppressed Palestinians. During the struggle for freedom here in our own country and the fight against the abhorrent apartheid system, we were supported by the Palestinian people. What we are witnessing happening to the people of Palestine brings back to our memories the horrifying pictures of what so many of our people went through on a daily basis. We cannot and will not stand by, nor will we keep quiet when the Israeli government uses an apartheid system to suppress the people of Palestine. On the 17th of May, President Ramaphosa, in his weekly online letter, said the following, and I quote, "For all who believe in equality, justice, and human rights, we cannot but be moved and indeed angered at the pain and humiliation being inflicted on the Palestinian people, for it echoes our own. Israel's actions are a violation of international law. They show a total disregard for successive United Nations Security Council resolutions that call for an end to the occupation of Palestinian land and for the fulfillment of the rights of the Palestinian people. The senseless and continued Israeli bombardment of Gaza will have devastating consequences for more than 2 million people who have been suffering under an illegal Israeli blockade for 14 years. As is always the case, it is civilians who will bear the brunt, with their homes and livelihoods destroyed," close quote. Addressing the Security Council, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres made the following remarks, quote, "Fighting must stop. It must stop immediately. Rockets and mortars on one side and aerial and military bombardments on the other must stop," close quote. The UN Secretary General reiterated the UN commitment to working with Israelis and Palestinians and with international and regional partners to realize a lasting and just peace. In 1991, I visited Israel. One of the most vivid pictures I have is of those areas in which Palestinians lived, being fenced with high security fencing and policed. It is a picture which remains etched in my mind. The Palestinian people are experiencing human rights violations on an ongoing basis, including, but not limited, severe restrictions of movement and use of illegal checkpoints, displacement of Palestinians due to the demolition of houses and forced removals, forced evictions, and the continued expansion of illegal settlements contrary to international law, the illegal blockade of the Gaza Strip, including severe restrictions on food, water, medical supplies, and other necessary supplies, the holding of Palestinians in administrative detention without charge or trial, torture and ill treatment of detainees, including children, with impunity, the exclusion of Palestinians who live under Israeli military occupation in the West Bank and Gaza Strip to the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. As at 17 April of this year, an estimated 4,500 Palestinians were languishing in jail, many for simply challenging Israel's occupation. Amongst these were 41 women and 140 children below the age of 18. Children who grow up in occupied Palestine suffer from severe post-traumatic stress disorder, the majority of whom will at some point have a violent interaction with the Israeli Defense Force or settlers. Since the beginning of 2021, Israeli authorities have arrested nearly 1,400 Palestinians, and the number continues to grow. It is estimated that 1 million Palestinians have been arrested by the Israeli government since 1967. Kodora Faris, the director of the Palestinian Prisoners Club and a former detainee, told Al Jazeera that the prisoner issue is an essential part of any future political process and that no progress can be made without being accompanied by progress in releasing prisoners. In December 1997, at an event to celebrate solidarity with the Palestinian people, then South African President Nelson Mandela famously remarked, I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. We look forward to the role that South Africa plays and will continue to play in helping to bring about a peaceful resolution to a conflict that has caused so much pain to the Palestinian people. On 13 June this year, a new Israeli government was voted into power. Whilst it would have been hoped that this would have heralded a new approach to the resolution of the continuing crisis, it seems not to be. The new leadership of the Israeli regime comes from a far right-wing party that believes in using extreme violence and even murder in suppressing Palestinians. The reality is that even with a new government at the helm, the experience of people on the ground in occupied Palestine remains the same. According to an Associated Press news article dated the 4th of June of this year, an intervention by Israel's Attorney General at the height of the unrest has put the most imminent evictions on hold. But rights groups say evictions could still proceed in the coming months as international attention wanes, potentially igniting another round of bloodshed. Hence, we need to keep up the pressure and we need to keep monitoring as to what is going on in Israel and Palestine. We trust that all parties in this House will support this motion as we strive to influence the peace process in the Middle East. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Greg. Honorable
Well done, Comrade Greg. Well done.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to say all protocol observed. Revolutionary greetings. Since this motion was proposed for debate, a great deal has happened. So let's recap and place this motion correctly within the context that opposition parties conveniently want us to either water down or worse, exclude. In May, Israeli air raids in Gaza killed at least 256 Palestinians, including 66 children. The escalation ended after 11 days with an internationally brokered ceasefire. However, on the 16th of June, on Youth Day, Israel launched air raids into the Gaza Strip in the early hours of the morning. And this was in violation of that ceasefire less than a month after the bombardment and leveling of Gaza. During these attacks, we witnessed horrific scenes, ear-shattering explosions, orphaned young children breaking down at the death of their parents, the Israeli Defense Force opening fire on worshippers during prayer at Al-Aqsa Mosque, babies who are the sole survivors of their entire extended families after their homes were bombed, the targeting of civilian homes and hospitals in Gaza, the destruction of media houses and other critical infrastructure. Heart-wrenching accounts of mothers explaining that they would bring their children into one room at night so that when they died, they would not die alone. The violations of international law by apartheid Israel are countless. Member Diaga spoke about the use of women and children as shields, and this is a very poor and problematic argument that is always used by the Israeli regime to justify the killing of innocent women and children. Everything I have described is a daily lived reality for Palestinians. And it is not only when there's international coverage, and this is why it's so vital to not stop talking about Palestine. It's also ironic that Member Albert should talk about a moral high ground when he comes from a right-wing racist party. But let me reiterate for academic purposes in the very least. The fight for Palestinian liberation is not an anti-Semitic fight, nor is it a religious one. This is about human rights. The progressive world has taken issue with Zionism as a political ideology that reinforces racism, inequality, and colonialism. There are many progressive Jewish organizations which we work with, and the motion has spoken to that. Over the last few speakers, we've heard a lot about both sides. And let me be clear and reiterate, the situation in occupied Palestine is not a clash. It is not a conflict. There are no two sides to the story. This is a settler colonial project and has 73 years of ethnic cleansing backed by Western global powers who are themselves colonialists. Palestinians of all religious inclinations are fighting for their mere survival. We are talking about bare fists and stones versus military tanks, heavily armed soldiers, and one of the world's strongest armies. No one goes into a David and Goliath fight willingly, knowing that all odds are against them and yet continue to fight, unless it is born out of complete necessity. A recent report by the Human Rights Watch titled "A Threshold Crossed: Israeli Apartheid and the Crime of Apartheid and Persecution," as well as the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, adopted concluding observations on Israel in December 2019 and recognized the continuity of Israeli policies and practices of racial segregation and apartheid, targeting Palestinians on both sides of the Green Line. What my esteemed colleagues have omitted in their contributions to this debate is that Israel continues to illegally expand settlements and expropriate Palestinian territory, uphold segregationist and racist laws, and launch attacks on innocent communities. Apartheid Israel also carries out extrajudicial killings and arbitrarily arrest and torture Palestinian prisoners, including children. A recent statistic coming from NGOs in that space said that 40% of Palestinian children who are arrested are raped and sexually assaulted while in detention under the Israeli Defense Force. The consistent attack on Palestinian lives and family structures, as well as the expropriation and rewriting of their history, culture, and identity are further examples of the fact that Israel is carrying out systematic ethnic cleansing and the genocide of the Palestinian people. My late grandparents, who were fundamental in raising me, along with a great deal of my family, were forcibly and violently removed from Fitas, a mere stone throw away from our legislature. Most of my family were dumped in far-off Lenasia by the brutal South African regime. But my grandparents fought back. They organized and took, at great personal risk, a stand. That same fire of resistance that caused my grandparents, my parents, and thousands of others, many of whom are in this house with us, that fire is the same fire that flows through the blood of our Palestinian kin. In 2021, the families of Sheikh Jarrah, a neighborhood in occupied East Jerusalem, are the target of racist Israeli settlers who are using an illegitimate court system to forcibly remove families from their ancestral homes. But these families are fighting back, most notably the El-Kurd family, through young activists such as Mona and Mohammed. 2 weeks ago, in fact, on the day that this motion was initially programmed, the El-Kurd twins were hunted down and detained by the Israeli Defense Force, and their crime was to fight for their home and their human rights, which was violently being ripped away from them. Sheikh Jarrah is Palestine's District 6, Safaya Town and Fitas. Make no mistake, Israel is an apartheid state. Gaza is the largest open-air prison in the world, and the situation in Palestine is systematic ethnic cleansing and therefore must be called a genocide. One of the most destructive and problematic policies of the apartheid regime in South Africa was that of Bantustans. It was used as an argument by the racist regime that blacks in general should have their own balkanized states, mutually exclusive from white South Africa. It fueled tribal divisions and played us up against each other, while the oppressive white regime plundered and took the best of our land and our resources, the very same party that Member Alberts is a part of. In the same vein, Israel is carrying out this strategy. And allow me to quote from our own contributions to the UNHRC. The continued discriminatory Israeli occupation and annexation policy entrenches the balkanization of the Palestinian territory as an apartheid-style Bantustan, denying Palestinian people the right to self-determine, impeding a peace and viable two-state solution. And it further highlights that any solution that restricts Palestinians to balkanized territories devoid of economic opportunity and self-determination would be similar to that of Bantustans under apartheid South Africa. In playing the role of an international ally, we take our lead from the oppressed group. The Palestinian resistance and activists on the ground have since made it clear that a two-state solution is no longer viable and will not bring about Palestinian liberation. Rather, it will continue to magnify this genocide and systematic ethnic cleansing. A lasting solution must be premised on a just settlement with just laws that are rights-based and that facilitates equality and equity for all. During the peak of this most recent attack, South African civil society submitted a memorandum to the Gauteng legislature with several demands. Chief among them was to hold Israel accountable and take meaningful action to prevent further ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Additionally, government must support the ICC, that's the International Criminal Court's probe into Israel's war crimes and crimes against humanity. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight some of the calls made by South African civil society, made to us as public representatives. To publicly acknowledge that Israel is an apartheid state, legislate for sanctions, divestment from apartheid Israel, break diplomatic trade and all other ties with apartheid Israel, work with progressive forces in the rest of our continent to make Africa an apartheid-free zone, prosecute South Africans that join the Israeli Defense Force, endorse the Palestinian call for an arms embargo and suspending all trade agreements with Israel, and support all efforts to find a meaningful and viable solution that secures human rights for all and is based on a common struggle of values of freedom, justice, equality, and dignity. On apartheid-free zones, we know the Palestinian resistance is modeled in many ways and based on our fight against apartheid in South Africa. In addition to the calls for BDS, there is an ongoing campaign that we also ought to heed, and that is to create apartheid-free zones. Basically, it acknowledges that we need to bring an end to contracts and trade with companies that are providing support to Israel's flagrant human rights. And there's a role for us as local government and public institutions, such as the legislature, to play. It involves adopting decisions and policies which prevent contracts or cooperation or even investment in entities that are complicit in Israel's apartheid. Practically, that means that public procurement policies require the exclusion of any company involved in such grave violations from participating in bids for those public contracts, decisions to withdraw investment from such illicit companies, and policies that foreclose cooperation and partnerships with those complicit public and private institutions in also the fields of culture and sport. Member Dos Santos, we agree that more must be done. And today the motion that we're presenting is evidence of that. We're not sticking our heads in the sand, but worse, we're also not going to stand on the wrong side of history like the DA, who's very good friends with the Zionist lobby. If your heart was truly with the Palestinians, you would not be justifying apartheid Israel or trying to shift the blame. In terms of the ICC, on the 27th of May 2021, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution ensuring respect for international human rights law, especially within the occupied Palestinian territories. The resolution decided to urgently establish an independent commission investigating all violations of international law. And while this resolution has been welcomed by our South African government, it is not enough. How many investigations must the UN and other NGOs carry out to tell us what we already know from previous investigations and calls? Now is the time for action. Now is the time for urgent need and international intervention. The world and the UN have not hesitated in the past to refer crimes of this nature to the ICC, especially when it comes to leaders of the global south. The world and the UN should now not hesitate to do the same when it comes to apartheid Israel. Failure to do so will fuel the perception of double standards and reinforce the fact that apartheid Israel continues their gross human rights abuses with the protection of the US, the UK, and other European countries. As I come to a close, as the ANC and as a proponent of this motion, we reject the DA's watered-down amended motion. We will not mince our words, and we will not succumb to pressure from the dirty Zionist lobby. Let us never forget that all of our struggles are linked, from the streets of Minneapolis to the streets of New Delhi, from Johannesburg to Jerusalem, from Colombia to Yemen and Western Sahara. The fight against imperialism and colonialism continues around the world, and we as South Africans have a duty to help liberate Palestinians. The international community played a critical role in sanctioning apartheid South Africa and bringing about its dismantling. Now it is our turn. In fact, and Member DeSantis mentioned this, even during Feesmas Fall, when we were attacked by the police, they used weaponry and tear gas that was first tested on Palestinians by the Israeli regime. We as legislators have a big role to play. We cannot call ourselves ethical or sound leaders if we turn a blind eye to such grave violation of human rights laws. And that is exactly why we have introduced this motion. We must ensure that the Gauteng legislature is an apartheid-free zone. We have a duty to start a domino effect around the world, and it starts in the Gauteng legislature. We must and will institute sanctions and cut off all diplomatic ties with apartheid Israel. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. Thank you very much to all of you, honorable members. That concludes the business of the day. The next sitting, its date will be announced or communicated after the adoption of the third term program. Thank you very much. The House stands adjourned. Bye. Have a lovely one.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Emily.
Okay, bye everyone.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
bye,
Thank
bye,
you.
bye, bye, bye,
Anything,
bye, bye.
Deputy Speaker?
Stay safe.
I'm gonna leave them.
Hayi asilivini kuyasetyenzwa.
Awusavelelwa Nkosi yami. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Banosebenza within regulations, please.
Thank you, everybody.
You must come and join our mass tomorrow, Deputy Speaker.